Recording in progress.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome. It's Wednesday, May 15th, 2024. It's a regular meeting of the Pacific Grove City Council. I'll call the meeting to order and note that all council are present with the exception of Mayor Pro Tem Smith. And I'll ask Councilmember Coletti to lead us in the pledge, please. Next, I'd like to have a motion to approve the agenda with the change to move item 2C, that's the airport presentation, to 14A, to the back of the agenda.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. And next, I've got two proclamations here. We'll start with National Police Chief, and I think Commander Anderson will join me at the podium. May 18th to the May 12th to the 18th is National Police Week. Whereas in 1962, President John F. Kennedy designated May 15th as Peace Officers Memorial Day and the week in which it falls as National Police Week. And law enforcement agencies play an essential role in safeguarding the rights and freedoms which have been guaranteed by the Constitution to every American citizen. And National Police Week pays special recognition to the more than 23,000 law enforcement officers who have lost their lives in the line of duty for the safety and protection of others. And our Pacific Grove Police Department plays an essential role in safeguarding the welfare of residents, business people, and visitors alike as a skilled, accredited, and professional law enforcement agency, which provides fair, impartial, and respectful enforcement of the law. Now, therefore, I, Bill Peak, by virtue of the authority vested in me as the mayor of the city of Pacific Grove, do hereby proclaim May 12th to the 18th as National Police Week in honor of the service of our police department and its commitment to the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Council. And just to put out there, the Pacific Groves Police Department Annual Report for 2023 has been posted and is out there for everyone to review. All right. And thank you to all our officers that serve our community. So.
Oh, can we do a photo? Go ahead. Let's just do this. Thank you, Commander.
Thank you.
All right, and now one more, and I'll ask President Kim Bowie to come join me. I see we have some other friends. Do you want to mention them or have them come up?
They may come up and I will speak for the board if that's okay.
Yeah, of course, of course. So yeah, let's hear. I'll stand. Let's move over here, give them room. Okay, you want to introduce them first and then I'll speak and then you
Absolutely.
speak. Okay.
Yes. The Pacific Grove Public Library Friends and Foundation is a 501c3 nonprofit, and we have a board of directors, and we have our membership coordinator director, Abby Pfeiffer. We have our treasurer, longtime treasurer, Judy Wills. We have our director, Heidi McNally Dial, and we have our newest director, Cecilia Barberina.
Great. Thank you for being here. Hi. Well, so tonight we're recognizing Friends of the Pacific Grove Public Library 50th anniversary. That's amazing. Whereas the Friends of the Pacific Grove Public Library incorporated as a nonprofit in 1974, holding its first book sale and soon growing to 100 members. And 50 years later, today, the Friends have contributed millions through fundraising efforts, provided tens of thousands of volunteer hours and decades of library advocacy, and establishing the Pacific Grove Library Foundation in 2013 to help fund expansion and ensure the library's long-term viability through investments and legacy giving. Whereas also the Friends and Foundation raised millions of dollars for the library renewal project, which was completed in 2021, restoring the historic Carnegie Rotunda and renewing and modernizing throughout, making it the exquisite library we have today. And recently funding an electric outreach vehicle, summer reading and teen programs, access to local history and new library materials. And today, with over 500 members and donors, the two nonprofits merged, becoming the Pacific Grove Public Library Friends and Foundation. Now, therefore, I, Bill Peak, by virtue of the authority vested in me as the mayor of the city of Pacific Grove, do hereby recognize the Friends of the Pacific Grove Library 50th anniversary, commemorating and celebrating its service and many benefits provided to the community. This is the time to give them an applause.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mayor and City Council, for this great honor. Actually, the Pacific Grove Public Library has been cherished and used for over 138 years. So our 50 years pales in comparison to that. And as the mayor mentioned, tens of thousands of volunteer hours and millions of dollars have been donated to us as a repository of trust for the library. We provide funds that help support but not supplant or replace city funding. So why have so many given so freely of their time and money to the library for over half a century? Perhaps it's because public libraries are a cornerstone of democracy, where early literacy and the joy of reading is encouraged, where information is freely available, where all are welcome and all belong. Or perhaps it's as a renewing member expressed in an email I got today. Pacific Grove Library is the heart of our town that resonates with residents of all ages. It is a heartwarming sight to see little toddlers buried in books in one nook and senior citizens catching up on the news in another. One hopes that our library will continue to be the butterfly of our town, giving wings to ideas, knowledge, and much more to spread peace, love, and harmony. On behalf of our members and donors, on behalf of all of the directors, the library staff, and supporters for over 50 years, we want to thank again the city for your support of this great library. We want to welcome our new city manager, welcome new library director Charlene Williams, thank the library and city staff, and thank our community. And everyone is invited to our 50th birthday party this Saturday, May 18th from 10 a.m. to 12 noon at Jewel Park next to the library. And yes, we will have cake. We very much hope to see you there. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Well, let's do a photo and can you get all of us here? Yeah, let's get all of us. And I want to recognize, we have a former library director here who's very quiet right now, married to Kimberly Stephen Silvera. Thank you for being here. Here, do you want to hold this here and then just hold that? Thank you. right, so moving on to announcements, Mr. Burek.
I'd like to announce that I have no announcements.
All right, Mr. Mogensen.
I think I'll stay in the theme of Mr. Purick, and I also have no announcements.
Any council announcements? Councilmember Beck.
Thank you, Your Honor. I would like to express my deepest gratitude to the residents of Pacific Grove for the immense support and compassion shown to my family over the past 4 weeks following the passing of my beloved daughter, Jennifer. Your kindness has been a beacon of light to our family during these dark times. As a member of the council, I am committed to continuing to serve and represent the residents of Pacific Grove, inspired by the strength and unity you have shown our family. Thank you for being more than just a community. Thank you for being a family to our family. And this has run true for me my entire life of living in Pacific Grove, to my daughter who passed, who also grew up here in Pacific Grove, and to her husband and children who continue to live in Pacific Grove. Thank you.
And thank you for continuing to serve. Oh, my announcements, I got 2 announcements. First of all, to welcome Mr. Matt Mogensen as our new city manager. Thank you for being here and accepting. And also, I'll note on Saturday, there's a number of activities downtown. Kim Bowie just mentioned one. Chambers holding a Chalk the Block activity, and the museum is having a illustrating nature. That's an annual exhibit from CSUMB artists. So hope to see you down there. Councilmember Emilio.
Yeah, I just wanted to, Murray County elections have released news release, and any candidate who wishes to run for election, there'll be 3 openings here. You may get information. Candidates, get ready to file for November 5th general election. It's at June 10th at 6 p.m. at the Government Center at Schelling Place in Salinas.
I'll just note there are 4 openings. Anyhow, 3 council member positions and the mayor's position as well. So it's democracy. Consider it running for office. And now we're on to general public comment. Please come forward if you have comment. There's some empty seats. If I can encourage the people that want to speak that are in the back of the room, if they could come forward and sit down here and get ready.
You
Welcome.
could just put a microphone in the back of the room.
Maybe we should. I hadn't
That's
thought
fine,
about that.
Problem solving. So today I was up at the high school picking one of my kids up from school and saw the flags were at half staff. I was trying to figure out why, so I Googled it, and turns out today is Peace Officer Memorial Day. All flags are supposed to be at half staff. So just out of curiosity, I came down to City Hall and our flags weren't at half staff. So if the city's not recognizing the police officers, I don't know what you think the community's going to do. And along those lines, I also did some research on what is considered to be private information when it comes to employees of the city of Pacific Grove or any other city. There's now case history, and I'll find the cases and give them to the city attorney if he needs them. But when the public's interest is greater than the person who is not allowing information to come out, then the public wins in that case. So if somebody continues to collect their pay without working, in this case, I'm alluding to the police chief, for about 8 months, and now, as I understand it, is on leave until a week into June, and oddly enough, 2 weeks into June, she becomes vested and will get retirement for the rest of her life from the state of California, i.e. us, because we're paying for it. So I think a discussion something needs to be told to all the people of this community as to why the police chief has been able to be out for 8 months, now another month plus, and seemingly will end up getting retirement from the city of Pacific Grove for the rest of her life. It just seems a little bit untoward, tawdry maybe. There needs to be an explanation. I can't even imagine what it would be that cannot be shared with the people of Pacific Grove, who theoretically in the past 8 months or so have given her somewhere in the neighborhood of $150,000. And God knows how much going forward. So please, look at what's available, what should be done, and we need to all be educated as to what's happened. And hopefully, with the new city manager on board and welcome, we'll have new transparency, which we didn't have with the last full-time city manager. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Please, welcome.
Mayor, City Council, thank you. Mike Gibbs, member of the EDC. I'm speaking on my own behalf. It's good to see all of you and good to see a council member back here, back. Thank you. So just to mention the library, it's a great resource. I use it, our kids use it. And if I remember right, it's the only Carnegie Library left in its original position in Monterey County. And if you haven't been there and looked at the mural in the kids section, it's a great mural. It was done by a former Disney artist, if I have that correct, who moved to Pacific Grove, lived here for a while. But I rise to speak to a meeting that was yesterday. Two of you were there. Mayor, you were there. Councilman Coletti was there. I think our new city manager was there, and it was the Yes in God's Backyard, or YIGBY. I hadn't really heard that before. And there was an informational forum at St. Mary's Church, and in attendance were Pete Daniels, Supervisor-elect, Anastasia Wyatt, a name that you've probably heard before, Jeffrey Morgan, President of Chispa Housing. They build affordable housing primarily. He was talking primarily about SB4, and the meeting yesterday was about SB4. It was passed, I think, last year, that lessens local zoning and land use to build on private church property and private colleges. And I don't agree with a lot that comes out on the SB side of things relative to housing. This is a good one. And so it was a quite informative 2.5-hour meeting talking about real specific solutions to senior housing, homeless housing, affordable housing. And I would really love to see that go forward. One person that was there, I would commend you to. Used to be a Pacific Grove resident. He's a pastor. He was a pastor at Wellspring Church, formerly Mayflower Presbyterian. His name is Eric Johnson, JOHSEN, CEO at R3. It's a nonprofit that collaborates on homeless solutions, and the 3R stands for resolution, rehabilitation, and respite. And he was especially interesting in talking about this. Kate Daniels was there on purpose, supporting this effort. I asked her, my question was answered during the meeting. I said, what's the biggest barrier to building SB4 housing? And her answers, and you can check the tape if I think it was on tape, political will. Political will. Just having the city councils and the staffing behind this sort of thing. So I think it's a great solution. I'd love to see a community development effort, a private investment fund, a housing trust that would invest using local investment. Local individuals would put money into this, taking the onus off the city, acquire the land, and help them and help churches build this kind of housing that we need. Thank you, Mayor, for being there.
Welcome.
Thank you. Hi, Debbie. Carmelita Garcia, resident of Pacific Grove. So I'm here to speak about PG Deer awareness and resource. Just a brief summary of where we are at right now in this new season that began in September of 2023. So currently we have 39 buck compared to 38 last year. We have 98 doe compared to 87 last year. So that's an increase of 11 but bear in mind the fawns that were born last year are now over a year and a half old. So that makes up for some of that increase in the doe. Fawns this year, we're at 43, and we have until July to go. So so far this year, there have been 7 sets of twins born compared to 16 from last year. And the deaths that we have experienced here since January of 2024, 6 doe, we've had 1 young buck, which still had its velvet on its racks. And then we had 3 fawns. 2 of them were at Canterbury Woods, and then 1 of them was reported at Hopkins Marine Station. So again, we are PG Deer Awareness and Resource. You can follow us on Facebook, PG Deer Awareness. I also keep a very active thread going on Nextdoor PG. And we are at the farmers market every Monday from 2:30 to 5:30 p.m. So just some words of support to drivers. Please be extremely careful. Moms have been reported for skirting across the street with her babies in tow here on Lighthouse. But people have been very good actually about recognizing that and slowing down. And the 1 young buck I'd like to say that passed away, he is the only one so far that we believe was actually hit by a car. And that's because of the injuries that it sustained. And that was on a very busy neighborhood street. So we're doing pretty well, actually. And, you know, the group feels that we're really getting the word out there to educate and advocate for the safety of our local deer. So thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Sally Moore, resident, and I'd like to thank the city for putting the trees in at the youth center. I'm sorry that it wasn't in when we had a rainy season, so hopefully people will be watering and keeping them alive. But thank you again. Bye.
Thank you. And welcome.
My name is Andy Kubica. I'm a member of the Planning Commission. I'm speaking as a resident today. Thank you for allowing me to speak, Mayor and City Council. I want to thank the city for starting the trimming of Washington Park and some of the other weeds that we have in town and the foxtails. It's very gratifying to seeing it done this early in the season. Other years we've waited till August and everything is dry and we have germination of the weeds. Hopefully we'll be able to catch that before it happens. And other cities have done this earlier in the season, so it's good to see Pacific Grove starting to do it properly. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do we have any virtual public comment?
Thank you, Mayor. I do not see any hands raised at this time.
All right. Thank you. On to the consent agenda. Any council member wishing to pull an item from the consent agenda? Seeing none, anyone from the public wishing to pull a consent? Sir. 8B. Anyone online?
I do have 1 caller. Lisa Gianni.
Thank you. I didn't hear what that one was, but I'd like to pull 8D, the purchase order report.
Okay.
No other hands, Mayor.
All right. A motion to approve a modified consent agenda.
To make the modified consent agenda, did you want to put 8B on the?
8B, we'll hear 8B and 8D immediately following the consent agenda.
Okay, I'll make that motion.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, moving on to 8B, 3rd quarter budget report. Mr. DeVore.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll make this quick. I'm confused with this budget report as to why we're halfway through Q4 and the budget report itself is only 7 months. It's sort of like Q2 plus a month rather than being 9 months. it's not completely clear how we're supposed to be tracking whether we're actually on budget here if we're not getting timely reports here. The system is computerized. So it seems like it ought to be available at this time. Looking at the budget there, we've consumed almost the entire budget for debt service in 7 months. I'm curious as to whether these are variable rate bonds that we're doing and we're being hit by the interest rate environment that we're in. Otherwise, it seems strange to me that we wouldn't be able to predict what the interest rate on bonds would be for the whole year. And I'd also love to request that the reports from the finance department actually be uploaded as comma separated value files in addition to PDF files. So they're much easier to actually bring into spreadsheets and do analysis and things like that. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Online?
No hands raised online, sir.
Council discussion? Councilmember Pedori.
Yeah, can I just ask Ms. Hannah just to comment on what was just stated, just to also explain the lag between when the reports are generated versus when the revenues are received, and so on? Thank you.
Councilmember Baduri, some of the revenues are not on a regular monthly receiving stream. Some of them are received at different periods throughout the year. For example, property taxes we receive in December and April. So that's one of our major taxes. So if we're looking at the end of March, as this period ends, you would not see that percentage of revenues. We do see that we are tracking with the budget. We also accrue some of our revenues, such as TOT and sales tax, and they aren't necessarily processed and received in the month that we receive them, because first they're collected by the state and then the state remits them to us as far as sales tax goes. So that's why we are not completely at, say, 70%, 75% of our revenues to this point, but we are tracking with what our normal receiving trends would be.
Thank you for that. And I would encourage any folks who require more detail related to the financial reports, just email to the council or the city clerk, and we'll get those addressed. The other item was around the comma separated value files. The financial reporting platform that we have, open data, is that correct? Sorry, ClearGov.
ClearGov.
Does ClearGov allow kind of like the export of files into CSV files as a format?
They allow the export of files. I believe it is into Excel or CSV, and there is at least 8 years of data by annual and by account code. So you get the line item detail and you can download that information.
Okay, and I would encourage folks to also visit. So that's one of the changes that we've made, is to make, in the spirit of financial transparency, is to provide a site. We actually switched providers, and now we have ClearGov, and it's actually much more user friendly, I would say, than compared to what we had in the past. So I would encourage that as an option too. But thank you.
Councilmember Cleddy.
Thank you. I just reinforce what Councilmember Pedori said. And I believe it was the mayor and the Councilmember Pedori that were on that subcommittee that looked at a new platform for financial reporting. The other nice thing in going from OpenGov to ClearGov is that you can get an update on CIP projects. And that's typically where I go for that as well. So I think the city's made a lot of strides in providing financial data. And also, I think we're making strides. We're not quite there yet in getting all of our agreements, all our contracts online. So thanks for all those efforts.
I will also echo comments made by Ms. Hannah and our council members. We have a modified accrual system of accounting, and so we don't even close the books on the fiscal year until August. That's 2 months after the next fiscal year has started. So it takes a while for the charges to come in, and that's why we're not seeing everything precisely locked down at the end of each quarter. So, but yeah, encourage people to look at that data and that's our reality of how we run, how city government is run with this revenue. So, all right, we'll need, let's see, that's a receive the report, so there's no vote. And we'll move on to 8D. Ms. Chiani, your comments?
There we go. Thank you. Um, I am questioning, I'm puzzled by the item on page 4 of the report. The first one listed under sewer for Rincon Consultants. The description is archaeological protocol, purchase order carry forward, and it shows that it's open and has $2,442. My concern is there was a contract with Rincon dated December 2020 to develop an archaeological protocol. In October of 2023, Planning Commission inquired about the draft protocol, which had been stalled by Public Works for 2 years and then scheduled to be on Planning Commission's October 19th agenda as a continuation from their September agenda, where it came up really late on the agenda. But it mysteriously disappeared. It didn't appear on the October 19th agenda. And so the Public Works Director, Planning Commission inquired, and the Public Works Director told Senior Planner Joe Sidor in response to Planning Commission's inquiry that the funds for that contract had been used up and a request for a contract extension to complete the contract work would have to be taken to City Council for approval. That request has never been placed on council's agenda, although I've inquired and I inquired of the acting city manager. So I'm puzzled about this purchase order showing a date of October 25th, 2023. And I'd like to know what that purchase order represents and how it relates to the sudden exhaustion of funding for the archaeological protocol. I wrote to Tori, and she didn't have time yet to look into that. And I was hoping perhaps the Public Works Director or Deputy Director might be there tonight, because I have trouble getting responses from them. So yes, so I hope, I'd like you to be aware that something odd is going on with the archaeological protocol. It's disappeared, and yet there's this purchase order from October 2023 saying that the purchase order is still open and has money in it. So it's not, I asked at Planning Commission last Thursday, and they don't know what's become of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Let's see if we can get you a quick answer. But before doing that, the purchase order number that you're referring to is which? 119, 24, 000, 119? Oh, 775? What packet, and the packet, what page number? Oh, okay, 90. Okay, it's purchase order number 24 quadruple 075, the sewer fund, Rincon Consultants, archaeological protocol, purchase order carry forward $4,477. Do we have any information on that to provide, Ms. Gianni?
Yes, sir, Mayor Peak. We requested updated proposal or an extension proposal from Recon, so we can move forward with the archaeological protocol. And that extension proposal came in significantly higher than funds remaining in the contract. Also, it will exceed city manager spending authority. So we'll bring forward an amendment in the next fiscal year because we budgeted for that amendment and the cost associated with the proposal in next fiscal year's budget. If it's approved, we'll be bringing that forward for council consideration at a July or August meeting. And at that time, you guys could authorize the extension, and then we'll be picking the project back up.
Thank you. Any council comment? Councilmember Coletti?
I think the question, Mr. Go, and from what I understand in talking with the public about this, is that they want to know when the report is going to be finished. It's been going on for quite a while. Do you have an expectation on when that might be ready?
Councilmember Coletti, the report has been completed and we were presenting it to the planning commission, and the planning commission heard the presentation by the consultant and then opted to continue. The consultant sat there for numerous hours and kind of two of them exhausted quite a bit of funding associated with that. The report's done. We're kind of at the final stages of the presentation. We're going to be picking it back up when we can process that extension to the current agreement and then bringing it forward to the planning commission so they can finish hearing the presentation and then ultimately the city council for approval.
Okay, so the draft report's ready, is finished, it's in the can, as it were.
Well, yeah, the draft report, I believe, was on that planning commission
commission,
meeting.
yeah.
Yes, so Deputy Director Halby is confirming that it is on that commission meeting, the draft report. It's finalized. We were giving the presentation.
What was the date of that planning commission?
I believe it was October, September 2023. I could send the link out to the city council, but more to come. I'd be happy to answer any of these questions when we bring forward the extension.
It came up at our last planning commission meeting, so it seems to be kind of a reoccurring theme. That's just why I ask. Oh, since this item has been pulled, when I was looking through this, I noticed CIP 24-06 with Four Leaf. That is for outdoor dining lighthouse, $37,000, $37,500. What's that for? And when did that get initiated?
Councilmember Coletti, I believe that is for your sidewalk extension project.
Is that Four Leaf with Four Leaf?
That's correct. Our traffic engineer, Mr. Rich Deal, is an employee of Four Leaf.
Okay, so that's for traffic analysis for that project.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any other council discussion? Seeing none, this is received the report. We'll move on to the regular agenda, public hearings, 11A. Mr. Moses.
Thank you. I think I'm on. This report will be provided tonight by Miss Lori Freddy.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, council members, members of the public. This public hearing is held for the Hospitality Improvement District Program fiscal year 24-25, later referred to as the HID. I'd like to announce that there has been no majority written protest to the proposed annual district assessment, and no changes in the HID boundaries are recommended tonight. Through the adoption of the resolution tonight, it is recommended that council approve the Chamber of Commerce annual report, levy the annual assessment, approve the program for upcoming fiscal year, which includes an annual expense budget of $319,000. Also, appoint the HID Advisory Board and authorize the city manager to execute an agreement with the Pacific Grove Chamber of Commerce, allowing the city to administer the HID budget. All documents mentioned are published in the city council meeting agenda packet. As stated in resolution 07-044, all specific points of compliance have been met. That concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any public comment? Please come forward. Seeing none, any virtual public comment?
No, sir.
Council discussion on the item? I'll ask the advisory board, the proposed advisory board members, they're all have local business licenses current.
Yes, they do, Mayor.
Okay. Let me start off by just saying thank you very much for your just normal, detailed report, extensive, telling us all we need to know about the HID program. It is self-funded by our hospitality businesses. So I thank them for participating. And who would like to make a motion? Councilmember Coletti.
I haven't done one in a while.
Okay,
I move the recommended action.
Second.
and I think that's good enough, Mr. Pyrrhic. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, on to item 11B.
Thank you, Mayor, council members, members of the public. This public hearing is being held for the Business Improvement District Program for the fiscal year 2024-25, later referred to as the bid. There have been no majority written protests to the proposed annual district assessment, and no changes in the bid boundaries are recommended at this time. Through the adoption of the resolution tonight, it's recommended that City Council approve the Chamber of Commerce annual report, levy the annual assessment, approve the program for fiscal year 24-25, which includes an annual expense budget of $31,000. Also, appoint the bid advisory board and authorize the city manager to execute an agreement with the Pacific Grove Chamber of Commerce, allowing the city to administer the bid budget. All above mentioned documents are published in this council meeting packet. That concludes my report, and thank you.
Thank you. Any public comment? Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor. Mike Gibbs, member of the EDC, speaking on my own behalf. Bid does good work. I'm a downtown business office holder. That one question, I think it would be good to at some point have a discussion. It's D in front of the bid downtown. We have a couple of their business districts. I would like to see an assessment opportunity for the other business districts. It could all operate under the same advisory board. They could separate and coordinate activities, festivals, public events. I don't think that's been visited in quite a while. So I just recommend somebody taking a look at an overall bid for all of the businesses and give other people a chance to participate. If you're up Forest Hill over on Central, you feel a little bit of an orphan sometimes if you're a business over there. They're not any less than anybody downtown. They contribute just as much. Back to the bid, I checked this morning, and in the packet that is provided by the city council, there is apparently one member of the bid that has not paid their business license fee. And I think there was been articles about this in the local paper. I don't know what to do about that. I don't have any say over that, but it seems to me if you're on the Business Advisory Council, you should pay your license fee to the city. Otherwise, you're not a business, therefore not eligible to be on the advisory board. The mayor gave his annual presentation, and I do remember him stressing the word teamwork. So the board is a team, all got to row at the same time. They all got to row equally. They all have to give equal effort. And there's a great movie, if you haven't seen it, on Amazon Prime. It's called Boys in the Boat. It's a JV college team that made it to the 1936 Olympics and won the gold medal. It's an extraordinary story. One member of the 8-member crew falls out, has to leave because they have personal issues or problems. Everybody understood, everybody supported, but you row as one. You row as a team, otherwise you don't win. A city is like that. Everybody has to row in the same direction. I believe in the teamwork aspect, and people look at you all as the coach. You're the coach of the rowing team, you're coach to the people who are working on boards and commissions in the city. And I hope that this is addressed, regardless of whatever the problems are that is leading to this. God bless the person, because it could be personal, it could be other things. But it's a different issue than representing themselves as a member of the advisory board, and I hope you will look into this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any virtual public comment?
Yes, Mayor Inga Lawrence and Dormer.
Welcome.
Thank you. Mayor, I heard the mayor, Bill Peak, asked if everybody was in good standing and business licenses, et cetera, for the HID. And I would like to hear that again for the BID, because I think possibly we have an outstanding member that doesn't have a business license, that it does need to be addressed, just as Mike Gibbs brought up also. And we need to have everybody that's on that board paid up and actually okay. Thank you.
Peggy Gibbs. Peggy Gibbs. Peggy Gibbs. He's unmuted. You'll need to unmute yourself. Okay.
All right, let's
Move on.
move.
My volume was down. Can you hear me?
We can hear you now.
I'll be very quick. I just wanted to say, we have such wonderful businesses in Pacific Grove all throughout, all of the districts. And I would just like to ask if it was possible to find a way to bring all of the businesses in Pacific Grove into some sort of a grouping that could be acknowledged and participate in the wonderful ways that the local downtown district does. So if there was a way to just visit that and investigate it and see if it was possible, I would appreciate that. Thank you.
No further hands, Mayor.
Council discussion? I'll ask the same question I asked before. Are all the proposed advisory board members have business licenses that are current?
There is one member that is not in good standing.
All right, well, how do you propose to address that? I don't think we can, at least I personally haven't checked with my colleagues here, but I don't think we can approve an advisory board member to this district board that has not paid up in full.
Mr. Mayor, if I could try and help out a little bit. One option that occurs to me that we could take is if the council wanted to grace or wanted to grant a period, say through the end of the week, for all businesses to be in good standing. We could tomorrow call them and make sure we get everybody on board. And if not, then perhaps the Chamber of Commerce could resubmit a list of members for you to vote on at the next city council meeting.
Mr. Pyrick, your thoughts on this?
I believe that is, from a legal standpoint, acceptable.
So this would be a tentative approval? Is that?
Well, you'd be approving it subject to all the members becoming current by the end of the week. And if they don't, then I'm understanding from city manager that it would come back to you at your next meeting for approval. That's another approval.
Councilmember Coletti.
I'm prepared to make a modified motion with those conditions. Move the recommended action with an additional condition that all bid appointees be current in their business license obligations, past, present, and that any fines due be paid by the end of business day on Friday. And I would note also that Muni Code 7.04.200 talks about delinquent taxes and penalties. Thank you.
Member Beck.
I think I would just add May 17th, so we have an actual date rather than just Friday.
Absolutely.
Council discussion?
Yeah.
Councilmember Pedori.
Yeah, I would just like to clarify the maker of the motion. So all that we're doing is bringing one of the board advisory members not current on their license. We're bringing that board member current on their license. That's all that we're doing with this motion, correct? Because there's a lot of language there. I didn't know if that's what you meant.
Well, yeah, Mayor?
Please.
Okay, yeah, I said past, current, and that any fines due be paid.
Okay.
So if there are multiple years, and I don't know, maybe there are, if there are multiple years that haven't been paid, that's what you need to pay to get current.
Okay, so as long as with the city business, yeah, I'm okay with that motion. Thank you.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. On to item 12A.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. This item tonight will be presented by Ms. Halabi and Mr. Go.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council, members of the public. Good evening. The item before you tonight is the proposed fiscal year 24-25 capital improvement plan. The staff recommendation associated with this item is to receive and approve the CIP for inclusion in the operating budget, approve a Senate Bill 1 resolution, essentially adopting that project list for the upcoming year. Alternatively, the council can discuss and take any other action related to this item. So what is a capital improvement? It is formally defined in Council Policy 400-6, but essentially it's any project that's valued over $5,000 that is non-recurring and that involves maintenance, repairs, improvements, or acquisition of city assets. The capital improvement plan identifies all of the projects that meet those parameters that I just described. It provides an implementation schedule, identifies financing and links projects to budgets. It also links those projects to city council strategic goals and initiatives, and it provides information and justification. The plan development includes a call for projects. Our annual call for projects submission form goes out to our city council, our various boards, committees, and commissions, as well as staff. The submissions are thoroughly reviewed by the Administrative Services Department, Public Works, and the city manager, and together we work to compile the CIP, what we propose to the city council at meetings like this one here tonight. So that is what is before you. And that is how we got to this point. So the proposed CIP includes a total of 14 projects. We have 2 multi-funded projects for a total of $2.1 million. A multi-funded project is essentially a project that has both a general fund component and a non-general fund component. We have 1 general fund project being proposed for a budget of $270,000, and this is a mandatory pedestrian safety project that I'll touch on in a few slides. And then we have 11 non-general fund projects for a total of $567,000. The non-general fund projects are derived from various non-general funding sources, including our enterprise and special revenue fund accounts. I do want to note that the agenda report has some pretty robust attachments that has more information on each of the projects listed here. I don't have time tonight to go through each individual one in detail, but I will highlight several and kind of give you a high-level overview of the proposed projects and the CIP as a whole. So the first thing I want to highlight is our multi-funded projects. So as I mentioned, there are 2 multi-funded projects for a cumulative total of $2.1 million. These are important projects because they aim to address the city's aging road infrastructure network, which we have been aiming for years to improve our PCI, improve our pavement conditions. So it's incredibly important for that reason. But equally important because we are required to meet a maintenance of effort, meaning we have to spend a certain amount from our general fund on road rehabilitation projects each year in order to be eligible for Senate Bill 1 and Measure X funding, which annually we get over $1 million from those two sources. So these two projects on the screen here combined have a $500,000 general fund allocation and ensure that we meet that maintenance of effort requirement so we can continue to fund these large street rehabilitation projects like the one I'm going to highlight on our next slide. So the first project that is multi-funded is our street rehabilitation project. On the right-hand side, you can see a graph of the funding. It's coming from the general fund, Measure X, Senate Bill 1, and it has a sewer fund allocation. The street rehab project will address two road segments, 19th Street from Sunset to Cinex and Forest Avenue from Sunset to Spasier. 19th Street has a PCI of 34, which is considered in very poor condition. And you can see from the images here on the screen, they're a little small, but you can see that they're incredibly cracked. They've been patched over several times, and it's in desperate need of rehabilitation. It is a heavily used roadway to get to Pacific Grove High Schools. It's right adjacent to the school. It serves as a local bus route for the local school buses to get in and out of the neighborhoods, and it's just heavily used. Forest Avenue is the second segment, and that again from Sunset to Spasier. Its PCI is a little bit better at 55, which means it's in a fair condition, but our infield observations show that it is rapidly deteriorating. As we are all well aware, Forest Avenue is one of our main arterials in and out of town to our local businesses, to the coast, to our local schools. So it's heavily used. And the way it's deteriorating, it's definitely in need of rehabilitation. Neither of these segments have ever had a formal rehabilitation treatment in over 30 years. 19th Street received a crack and slurry seal treatment about 12 years ago, and that just helped ensure that the roadway wasn't deteriorating as quickly, but it's clearly in a state of disrepair now and needs to be addressed. With that said, these segments have been identified based on our pavement management program, which is a really handy tool for us, and various infield assessments. So we're hoping to do some good work here as it relates to street rehab on these two segments in the upcoming year. Our second multi-funded project is a crack and slurry seal. Crack and slurry sealing is one of our maintenance activities that happens on our streets, and it helps ensure that our roads that are in good condition stay in good condition. So it's kind of a smaller monetary investment to ensure that our good roadways stay good. So it has a high return. It's very cost effective, as I mentioned, and the streets to receive a crack and slurry seal treatment have also been identified using that pavement management program I mentioned and various infield observations. The total budget is $400,000, split evenly between the general fund and Measure X. So now on to the one project being proposed from the general fund. This is the pedestrian safety project at Central and Fountain and Grand and Fountain Avenue. This is a mandatory project that is associated with the Pacific Grove Hotel. This was identified in the mitigation measures of the project's environmental impact report and was also included in the conditions of approval in the City Council Resolution 2212. The project aims to reconfigure the intersection at Central and Fountain to provide an all-way stop. It will also reconfigure the intersection of Central Avenue and Grand to accommodate a new raised pavement crosswalk. It will also entail resurfacing Central between Grand and Fountain Avenues to address the poor pavement condition, which is currently a 37, again, in a failing status, in a poor status, before we make those improvements there. The anticipated cost is $270,000. And I do want to note that the conditions of approval also include some language that the project applicant is required to pay 25% of the cost for design and construction. So I do on this slide show a capital contribution of 25% of the anticipated total cost. So the actual impact to the general fund is slightly lower at $202,500. Just a quick note on timing as it relates to this project. Construction for the hotel began in October of 2023 and is estimated to span a total of 24 months. So in order to ensure that we have adequate time to engineer the project, to get the necessary permitting, to put it out to bid, and to construct, we need to commence it in this CIP. The conditions of approval also state that the applicant must deposit that 25% that's mentioned prior to receiving a certificate of occupancy from the city. So on to our non-general fund projects. There are a total of 11 projects being proposed for a cumulative total of 567,000. We have 6 projects that target failing or damaged city-owned infrastructure. We have 1 project that focuses on resolving a safety hazard on our heavily used and very beloved recreation trail. We have 1 project that aims to address a longstanding stormwater infrastructure deficiency, and 1 project that focuses on separating some electrical infrastructure at our Point Pinos Lighthouse. Lastly, I want to note that there are 2 projects that fall under Corsco's responsibility as the golf course lessee, and those are funded through externally managed CIP funds. Per the lease agreement, it's been incorporated into our CIP this year for increased transparency and because these are capital improvements that are being performed on the city's property. Just to highlight some non-general fund projects, specifically in the facility improvement realm. We have our library door repair project that we are proposing from some unassigned ARPA funds in a total of $22,000. The existing door that serves as the entry and exit to the library is in a state of disrepair. The door is actually so old that they no longer make parts for repair. And when it goes down, we're kind of scrambling to fix it and staff are having to push the door manually open. So we are proposing this through ARPA funding. This could be completed before the ARPA funding deadline. We have 2 proposed projects for the museum, both being funded from the museum fund. We have the museum flooring replacement project, which would replace the deteriorated carpet that's located on the 2nd floor of the museum. It's surpassed its useful life. It's very dirty. There's sections of it that are frankly just missing and ripped out just for use. It's been there for a very long time, and it can no longer be adequately addressed with just cleaning, so it needs to be replaced. The museum roof repair will address the storage garage that's in the exterior garden area of the museum that is currently leaking. This past rainy season, it leaked, and it was determined that a repair is not feasible, and that the entire tar and gravel roof that's exceeded its useful life will need to be replaced, and that is for $17,000. Lastly, our golf course water heater project is proposed from golf course funds for a total of $20,000. This would allow a water heater to be installed at the golf course to allow a dedicated hot water supply for the leased restaurant facility. Right now, there's a boiler that serves as both heat. It provides both heat to the golf course pro shop and restaurant, as well as hot water to the restaurant. It's not best practice to have those 2 things tied into the boiler. When the boiler goes down, in theory, the golf course pro shop could still operate without heat, but the restaurant could not operate without hot water. So replacing and installing a new water heater will allow for those 2 uses to be split. And it'll also allow for when the boiler needs to be replaced at a later date, a much smaller sized boiler. And again, this is just to meet best practices as it relates to building facility management. We have 2 projects that are sewer related. We have our first pump station 15.5 replacement that is being proposed from the sewer fund for a total of $250,000. This might look familiar because it is a multi-year project, so it's currently on the CIP books for this year as well. The overarching goal of the project is to replace the lift station 15.5, which is located at Crespi Pond. The 2021 pump station condition assessment that the city did showed that pump station 15.5 is in the worst condition of all the city's 7 lift stations and was in urgent need of replacement. As such, there was funding dedicated to starting this process. In the current fiscal year, we've completed engineering and environmental, and we have submitted a coastal development permit to our community development department. So this request here for $250,000 is to allow for construction of the improvements. I do want to note the pumps have been causing us some grief in recent months, and we've had to make a temporary repair. These pumps allow for the Crespi Pond bathroom, which is the only bathroom on the recreation trail between Lover's Point and the end of the trail. They're publicly accessible to function. And so they recently went down. We've made a small repair to allow it to function, but the actual replacement of the pump is desperately needed. So we're looking to move forward with that in fiscal year 24-25. The next project is the Community Center Sewer Lateral Repair Project for $50,000 from the sewer fund. This project will allow us to replace a deteriorated cast iron lateral line that goes from the sewer main on Unipro into the community center facility. The current line is so severely damaged that it often gets blocked and has reduced functionality. Replacement of the lateral line is really imperative to ensure that we have continued and uninterrupted operation of the public restrooms at the community center. They're used for our preschoolers who do preschool programming. They're used for the folks who are using our Morrisville courts, for folks using the playgrounds adjacent. So it is a heavily used public amenity. And since 2022, we've had several instances where our crews have had to intervene to clear the blockages. And this last year, we CCTV'd the line and it is in need of replacement. So that is what this project is proposing to do. All right, the next project is the Rec Trail Improvements Project. This is proposed with $20,000 from the Strong Disbursement Fund. This project focuses on resolving a safety hazard on the beloved recreation trail. So in Perkins Park, just east of Esplanade, the otherwise continuous recreation trail essentially disappears and forces pedestrians onto this very thin strip of DG. And essentially most people just end up walking out in the street because this is so narrow. Adjacent to it, you can see from the photo here, it's a little hard to tell, but there is a steep drop off as well. So it is definitely not the safest of conditions. On the very right-hand side, you can see that we've made some temporary improvements. We modified the trail's layout to divert pedestrians away from that narrow section and that cliff drop off by encroaching into the roadway. This is just a temporary solution that we've devised, but something that is permanent is urgently needed. So this is a multi-year project. This isn't something that we could just do in 1 year because it would require public outreach and permitting and engineering and then construction. So we're proposing a 2-year project. $20,000 would go to design, engineering, and public outreach. I do want to note that this is an area of concern as it's been noted in our shoreline management plan, which was before you back in 2019. So in the shoreline management plan, there was a conceptual project that was proposed that entailed eliminating portions of the oceanside parking and shifting the curb inland 7 to 8 feet to reclaim some additional space for a pedestrian trail. This may result in the loss of parking, but those details would be much further refined once we do the engineering and in collaboration with public and stakeholders, and we would make efforts to mitigate parking where possible. So again, the multi-year project aims to address that unsafe condition on our heavily used recreation trail. And the right-hand picture here just shows that these areas were noted as kind of areas of concern in our shoreline management plan. 2 more non-general fund projects that I'll highlight. So the first is Pico Avenue and Crocker Avenue stormwater improvements. This is proposed for $45,000 from the Strong Disbursement Fund. This will address a stormwater issue at the specific intersection. It would install 120 feet of rolled berm and a new drain inlet to connect to the existing storm drain system. This would address some of the flooding and pooling that you can see in the bottom picture here. That particularly arises when there is a significant rain event. The inadequate drainage at this specific location has led to pavement degradation, especially on the road edge. So it's kind of creating some unsafe conditions, and this project would allow us to address that. It has already been engineered, so it's ready to go. And that's why this is kind of a great project to address some known deficiencies as it relates to stormwater. $20,000 is being proposed from the Lighthouse Fund for the Point Pinos Lighthouse Electrical Panel Project. This project would install a sub-panel and some new electrical wiring to split the lighthouse electrical circuits from that of the United States Coast Guard. This was something that was agreed upon in 2006 when the property was deeded to the city. There was some electrical splits that were made at the time, but it wasn't fully completed. So there are still some items that are being directed to and charged to the U.S. Coast Guard. They've brought this to our attention in the last year, so this is something we'd like to address through this project. Now I want to touch on some unfunded projects. So there are multiple projects that were submitted that are not recommended for funding due to funding constraints. And I want to note that in attachment 3 to the agenda report, there is a full listing of all the projects that were submitted, but that are not recommended for funding. Public Works has prioritized the top 10 projects based on urgency, consequences of delay, and just general feasibility. Unfunded projects that are included on this list are some priorities that have been identified by the City Council. So I want to touch on those just very briefly. The first is the sidewalk extensions for outdoor dining. The second is the Lovers Point Pier repair. You've recently seen both of these projects, and you've seen them over several months over the last fiscal year. But due to the high estimated cost, the limited available general fund monies, and the inability to phase the projects to reduce the funding requests for the next year, these projects remain on the unfunded list. Quick updates on those two projects. The sidewalk extension for outdoor dining will return to council. It's anticipated in June or July with construction drawings and an updated engineer's estimate for a total cost of both demolition and construction. So that will give us a much better sense in terms of what the actual cost of the project will be. So council can revisit the opportunity for inclusion at that time, and the item is brought forward. That gives a much better sense when we have those construction estimates in terms of what the actual fiscal impact will be. In terms of the Lovers Point Pier repair project, we have submitted a coastal development permit to the Community Development Department, and that is still under review. And we are awaiting our permit. In terms of this being on the unfunded list, it's typically 15 to 25% of the overarching cost that is needed for seed money to apply for grant funding. So with a $1.45 million price tag, that 15 to 25% is pretty high. Some additional notable projects that were recently reviewed by council, but again, remain on that unfunded list are the Great Tide Pool site. So you recently saw that project a few months back. We're working with FEMA to get a project extension that will extend beyond July of 2024. So FEMA creates their deadlines for their disasters and their projects. The deadline for this specific disaster was July of 2024. So now we are working on formally submitting an extension to move forward with the project. And that would be necessary in order for us to qualify for any sort of reimbursements. We're also working with them to determine if that fits under this traditional repair classification per FEMA standards. So we have a much better sense of what the cost share will actually be. In terms of the Chinese Pavilion, we are awaiting fundraising efforts by the Monterey Bay Chinese Association prior to including that project in the CIP, since they are leading the charge on garnering the funding for that project. We expect, based on conversations with them, to come back to include this project in the CIP during the mid-year process. There are also several facility projects that remain unfunded, and that is because we're, exciting news, undergoing a very comprehensive facility conditions assessment this month. So we executed an agreement for 5 facility conditions assessments for our police station, fire station, city hall, youth center, and public works corporation yard. These assessments will give us a comprehensive overview of what the needed facility improvements are going to be. It'll provide us with cost estimates, kind of similar to a PCI. It's called an FCI, Facility Condition Index Rating. It'll list projects that are necessary, the cost of those projects. It'll prioritize them within the individual facility, as well as across all the facilities that are being assessed. So it'll give us a much more comprehensive understanding of what our facilities need in terms of infrastructure improvements, and that will significantly help us optimize the use of limited funding. So we are recommending that any non-essential facility improvements for those 5 facilities remain on the unfunded list until the results of the assessment are available. And we're expecting that turnaround to be pretty quick here, Q1 of fiscal year 24-25. So with that, we have $850,000 of general funds that were made available for allocation towards CIP projects in this cycle. With what I've presented to you tonight, there is $770,000 of general fund money allocated for those 3 mandatory projects. So again, the $500,000 across the 2 street projects to meet our maintenance of effort requirement, and then the 1 pedestrian safety project associated with the PG Hotel. But because the PG Hotel pedestrian safety project has a 25% reimbursement from the project applicant, there's actually slightly more available. So there is $147,500 of additional general funds that are available for allocation of projects in the next fiscal year. From a staff perspective, we are recommending that the funds remain unallocated until the facility conditions assessments results are available and until we have some more costing information for some of these high priority projects like the parklets. Results, again, will provide us valuable insights into both the short-term and the long-term needs as it relates to our facilities, allow us an opportunity to better compare projects and priorities and understand and assess those competing priorities and what the fiscal impacts of those might be. We intend to return with the results in Q2, and we can return as well with the unfunded project list so that you can reconsider all of these projects for this limited amount of funding. Alternatively, council may opt to choose to select some projects from the unfunded list or provide specific directives on funding projects for inclusion in the fiscal year 24-25 CIP. Sorry, I'm having a little difficulty with the slides progressing here. So Senate Bill 1 resolution and project list. This is an annual part of the CIP that we bring forward for you. SB 1, which is the Road Repair and Accountability Act, has various accountability and transparency provisions, one of which is that the city must adopt a resolution of the proposed projects that will use RMRA funding. As I mentioned in an earlier slide, the city's planning to use that full allocation for our street rehabilitation project, as noted in all of the attachments in the resolution and exhibit. Some kind of parting notes about the CIP process as a whole. So we are in the process of revamping the CIP. Our objective with revamping the CIP process is we want to gain a comprehensive understanding of the infrastructure needs and the associated costs both in the near term and the long term. We want to have a much more proactive approach as it relates to our infrastructure management. Historically, the CIP process has been somewhat reactive, addressing infrastructure that we already know is failing or is in the process of failing, without necessarily having a holistic understanding of future needs. So we're really trying to revamp the process to have a much more comprehensive understanding and a proactive approach. We kind of started that process in 2019 when we did and adopted our pavement management program. This provided the city with a very clear roadmap for addressing our overarching pavement needs, which is just one aspect of the city's infrastructure portfolio. The PMP enabled us to much more efficiently and proactively allocate funding for our street rehabilitation projects and address our aging road infrastructure network within the confines of some limited funding. In 2023, we reassessed our pavement data from that pavement management program, and that reaffirmed that the PMP tool actually was a really useful mechanism efficiently using funds. Our PCI increased by 5 points, which is great. So in the 5 years of implementation, we were able to raise our overarching pavement condition index. So the next step is kind of expanding that approach to facilities. So this is where the facility conditions assessments that will begin next week kind of fall into play as it relates to the CIP. Earlier in 2024, we issued an RFQ for assessments of those 5 facilities that I previously mentioned. We executed a contract, and again, that process will begin next week. Assessments will provide the city a very comprehensive understanding of the facility needs in a very similar way to the pavement management program. Right now, we're just assessing these 5 facilities, but I do anticipate in the future, once we get these 5 reports and kind of see what the information that they've provided us looks like and the database of needed facility improvements and projects looks like, that we would secure funding in the future to address all city facilities. And again, that would give us a much better understanding of needs as a whole. And a great way of seeing and prioritizing projects, again, not only within the facility, not just at City Hall, but across all of the city-owned facilities. And in conclusion, I'm sorry, this has been a long presentation, but I'm hoping that you've taken away some good information here in terms of what we're proposing and how we're hoping to move forward. But I want to take this moment to provide you with an update on the current fiscal year CIP. So we have a total of 33 projects. Of the 33, we've completed 13. We have 10 that are in active construction or work in progress phase. And this summer, I just want to note that we'll have millions of dollars in active construction going on. Our Phase 9 sewer improvement project, our street rehabilitation project, our crack and slurry seal improvements at the fire station. The list goes on, but we're doing some really important work and we're making some really great progress there. We have 2 projects that are in the bids and RFP phase, 3 that are in the contract phase, 4 that are in project development, and 1 that has been defunded. So we've made some really great progress on the CIP for the current year. I do want to note that we will be doing a full recap that's more comprehensive in nature in the very near future here. And then with that, I conclude my presentation and thank you for your time.
Do we have any public comment? Welcome.
I don't even know where to start on this one. You know, every year when we're told that we have money left over, that we have a budget surplus, this is why we have a budget surplus. It's because the can keeps getting kicked down the road. It has for years. This stuff at the shoreline now that you got the pathway going in, this was back to the Sandy Kaufman administration. This was being warned about. We got a panel down at the lighthouse in Coast Guard that we were supposed to fix in 2006. My math says it's about 18 years ago. I know I went to PG High. Some of us are a little bit lacking, but 18 years and now we're doing it. So that makes me start thinking that all the utilities that were supposed to be separated when the restaurant and the cart barn and everything was built, when they were supposed to be separated, I'm thinking they weren't all separated. We got a boiler room that wasn't separated from them, or a boiler. So I'm starting to think that it was all of it. You look at these roads and it's like, what a surprise that after 12 years, something that was only slurry sealed, the slurry seal's coming up. When I was sitting up there, I said, mistake doing it. You either repair less stuff and spend the money to fix it so it's long lasting, but do not do the slurry seal and crack stuff that's just going to last for a little while. And it's the first stuff to go. You look at these pictures, it's the first stuff to go. I go twice a day on 19th Street. My brother lives on 19th Street, so I'm very aware of that road. And there's no reason for it to get in that condition outside of the slurry seal, and it's going on all over this city. You go up at Sunset, right by where the buses should be at the high school when they're running the buses, and there's a lump in the ground that's got to be 6 feet long, a foot high, and 3 feet wide. It's just sat there this whole school year. It's, you know, it's my little experiment to see if anybody's paying any attention whatsoever to what should be being done. So I don't know where this stuff ends, but maybe when you're doing community center, instead of just doing the sewer, maybe we could get one of the 3 water faucets that have existed there when it was built. Maybe we could get one working, which I believe is state law, that you actually have in an assembly area, a water fountain that works, especially since instead of digging under the road, you actually only have to cut through the wall, because on the other side of the wall is a sink. And I hope the water coming up through the end of the sink that little kids use and stuff is actually potable water, and we can do a tea or something off of that to have a water fountain. Again, I'm not here to fix all the problems, but we need to get ahead of this stuff. To say we're coming up with a program now to get ahead of it should have been a long time ago. This is ridiculous. And let's not say we have a surplus when we don't.
Thank you. Anyone else? Welcome.
My name is Andy Kubica, and I'm speaking as a resident, not a member of the Planning Commission. I guess I'm not sure where to start. Saying we're going to get an update of the last 2 years CIPs, when in February we got an update and we had an extra $6 million of items not done. We were only at 23% performance. It's just disturbing that we haven't gotten an update since then. On the subject of this fiscal year 24-25, I sent you all an email. I don't know who read it. You know, it says in the presentation that was just made, they're going to have a schedule. We have not gotten a schedule on CIPs in years, and that's why things are not getting completed. We need to have a schedule. We need to have things done. We do not need to hire another consultant to tell us how to do the job that we're supposed to be knowing how to do, because that's why we pay high pay salaries here, because we have qualified people. On the subject of the Lover's Point, this saga began in 2021. It's 3 years later. Some of the other cities on the coast here, they've had problems last year. They're fixing their facilities are ready. They somehow got a permit that's taking us a year to get. They somehow were able to get funding, either through grants or through Mr. Panetta. We're still sitting here waiting. I just don't understand why we can't get some performance, some efficiency here. Some of the council people said they ran on fiscal responsibility. If we did that, we would not be in this hole here. But Chautauqua Hall in fiscal year 1819, there was money put on in there for a CIP to paint one side of Chautauqua Hall. That money was not spent. Any one of you can go down there today. There is rot on the dry rot on the side of Chautauqua Hall. Finally, we got a report, and now for $25,000 to tell us how to go fix what anybody who would know how to fix their own home would do, would go in there and take a look at what needs to be fixed. And what did we get? It's not even on the unfunded liabilities, or if it is, it's something in the future. We just keep saying we have unfunded this and unfunded this. Where is the scoring process that evaluates how all of these items are scored so that we can get something done in the city? The residents deserve better, the tourists deserve better. We can do better. We can be more efficient. I know we can. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Welcome.
Carmelita Garcia, resident of Pacific Grove. Thank you for your service. I went back to fiscal year 1920 and looked at all the CIPs, and that was quite a daunting process, believe me. What I found interesting, though, is that particularly with the unfunded or not recommended projects, some of them just kind of seem to disappear and they wouldn't reappear again. One of those is the fencing at the Monarch Sanctuary. And I would really encourage all of you tonight to approve the funding to have that fencing replaced. In 2021, it was unfunded for $30,000. In 2023, it wasn't even listed. 23, 24, $75,000. And this year as unfunded for $75,000. I understand, you all need to understand, this is a huge liability for the city should someone have an accident as a result of that fencing or the rope and the post. So, you know, we need to be proactive here and take care of it. That's all there is to it. In fiscal year 1920, $50,000 was funded for a bocce ball court at the community center. I don't see it. So it begs the question, where did that money go? In 2021, there was a not recommended for a preservation plan at the tune of $35,000. And it speaks about paint on Chautauqua Hall and what have you. And we all know it is a natural historic site. We have an obligation and a responsibility to maintain that building no matter what. And as already spoken to, there's wood rot all around that building and a paint job's not going to fix that. We're talking about actually having to replace the wood. There's exposed wiring, and I'm sure the steps need to be replaced as well. That should be addressed ASAP. I'm not, and also during all these CIPs, there's no mention since 2019 about the deterioration of the gazebo that is in that garden. And that was the city's responsibility. And now it's just a total flop and there's another group coming in supposedly to replace it. The skate park, I don't even know how it made it on the unfunded list. My recollection is the last time it came before the city council, there was no direction given to staff, to anybody to pursue this. So I would highly suggest you take it off. Anyway, So that's all I have to say. But again, I really encourage you to get that fence taken care of in the Monarch Sanctuary. So thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Sally Moore, resident, and I'm going to repeat a little of what's been said. I think it's been about a year ago, I said I was walking around Esplanade and all the slurry seal was open. There was grass growing up through the streets, which is happening all over town. So I'm not certain either that the slurry seal does much in preserving these streets for any length of time. As far as Chautauqua Hall, I was down there in good old days. The gutters are full and the water was coming down over the gutters. What downspouts were open was just flooding the foundation of Chautauqua Hall. So it does definitely need more than just a paint job. And as far as the Chinese pavilion, I know that the organization is offering to do that, the moon wall. But if you look around, the planters are crumbling, the seating is crumbling. I don't think they were planning to take care of all that. So that needs to be considered as part of your budget as well. Also, there was a screw that had just pulled up. It was about 2 inches high over the decking where people were coming and going through the door. It had been drilled down since I looked at it a couple of weeks ago, and I'm glad of that because that was just asking somebody to trip on it. So I think you really need to take consideration of Chautauqua Hall and the El Marie Dyke open space as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Mike Gibbs, I'll just make this quick. I confess I can barely balance my checkbook, so this is probably revealing more of my knowledge about how things are not supposed to work. But I'm looking around here and having been involved in large budgets in the corporate world, Mr. Kubica's asked, where's the scoring system? And I'm looking around, I don't see, Public Works, it seems like it's falling to them to make the presentation and describe the CIP, the budget. Where's the finance manager? I don't know. I don't see her here. A lot of these seem to be finance. Right there. Oh, well, there she is. Okay, got it. Sorry. Thank you. I think a lot of these are finance questions. I apologize. And I'm wondering what the process is for scoring, for putting things on a priority list, for just thinking about things from a financial perspective. I haven't seen it. I'd like to see more of that. Maybe, there's a advisory committee, not a Brown Act committee, but somebody that meets as a kitchen cabinet and available to the city council. We have a number of economists that live here in Pacific Grove who are Stanford Hoover fellows. They can certainly, without hiring more consultants, help with putting together a scoring system and a priority system that everybody could understand. Thank you. And I apologize again to the finance manager. My problem.
Thank you. Do we have any virtual public comment?
We do, Mayor. I have 4 hands raised at present. Colleen Ingram.
Yes, thank you for taking my call. I just wanted to make a quick comment about a lot of what was brought up as the capital improvement infrastructure issues could also be dovetailed with climate action and adaptation. So there's a possibility that there could be funding that's released for this kind of work, receding walkways and roadsides, stormwater infrastructure and the like. I know that we do have underground springs all around Pacific Grove that cause issue with our streets. And that's a problem. It's not just slurring that's a problem. It's water that bubbles up. And that is about it that I'm going to say right now, is that there's opportunity for more money potentially if we have grant writers. And there are people in the community that have that kind of expertise that could write grants for things like the Chautauqua Hall. They can assist with infrastructure grants concerning climate adaptation, et cetera, if we give the call out. Thank you very much.
Council Channing.
Thank you. Excuse me. I really appreciate Joyce's very interesting and I think thorough presentation. And I also very much appreciate all the community members sharing their experience. So my only comments on specific projects are about number one, the Esplanade project, because my goodness, that trail project has been desperately in need of attention for so many years. And I'm so glad, if I understand Joyce correctly, that the idea of building seawalls out there on the beautiful bluffs has been abandoned, and we're actually acknowledging sea level rise and doing a planned retreat there. Because seawalls make no sense in so many respects. And it will be wonderful for people to be able to walk safely in that area where you really, you're walking a little tightrope. So I appreciate, I hope that's going to be getting attention quickly. Also, my only other specific comment is about the PG Hotel, the work being done at Fountain and Central, and I just can't help wondering who made the arrangement that the developer, the hotel people who are why we have to do this are only paying 25% and the city's paying 75%. Is there some really good reason why we made that kind of a deal instead of the city paying 25% and the developer paying 75 or even 50-50? I'm kind of baffled by that. But in any case, I appreciate all the information that's been shared this evening, and I hope you can make some good decisions. Thank you.
Member Lawrence and Dormer.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I don't know how it slipped by me as such, but the 25%, 75% of this PG hotel that has disrupted my entire life, and it looks like they're digging up the entire street. And with my life, which going to the library as a mobility impaired person, I can barely get there now. And here we are with them $270,000 out of our general fund, and the developers are paying less than 67.5. Are you kidding? Who made this deal and who accepted it? I mean, this has been going on for weeks and weeks. And here we're ending up with, we are going to end up with a lot of Brokaw Hall projects. And Chautauqua Hall is the next one that looks to be crumbling down. I mean, it's just unbelievable what this city has done and the decisions that were somehow made, and that the public has not been listened to and really not been given the really correct information all along. I mean, isn't there some sewer funding money for this whole hotel thing too? Because they've been digging down and jackhammering and blocking off Central Avenue for weeks. It's terrible. Well, Brokaw Hall had to be demolished. Let's hope that Chautauqua Hall is not going to have to be demolished. I mean, we are talking dire straits. And the other thing is, this Kraken slurry is like putting lipstick on a pig. It is not extending the life of anything, I don't think. It just flows away. And the pothole repairs, I mean, excuse me, David Avenue and Forest intersection there. Turning it takes 2 days for it to wash out again. All these things that are happening, I don't think the previous council and certainly the previous permanent city manager has really run this city to the ground. And I would like you to think about how you're going to go forward in the future to put our taxpayer money to the best use for us. Thank you very much.
Trustee Thomas.
Hi. Well, first of all, thank you very much for such a detailed report. And thank you so much for all that Public Works does. I just wanted to remind for the work done at mentioned at the community center that I thought Mr. Goad once said that the resurfacing of those tennis courts would be in the 24-25 fiscal year. So I just wanted to bring that up, that they're in pretty bad shape, especially where everyone plays pickleball. And then also regarding where they said there was a deficit for the youth center or recreation, I'm just wondering if there was any kind of a report or whatever happened, or what that Kiwanis, or was it Kiwanis or Rotary, I forget, that nice donation that those folks gave for the rec center. Anyway, okay, thank you.
Roger Mark. Will you unmute yourself, Roger Mark? Roger Mark. You'll need to unmute yourself. There we go.
Maybe we should move on.
Yeah,
Another person.
just, yeah, she put her hand down. All right, no further callers, Mayor.
Right, council discussion, Councilmember Beck.
Thank you, Your Honor. Couple of callers actually had some of the same questions I had, and I would like to know why the Pacific Grove Hotel was not required to incur the entire expense of the roadway. Because I know a couple of developments in town where most recently, one of the new brew pubs did their entire sidewalk. So they put a brand new sidewalk out there. The other development was the entire sidewalk up Fountain and Lighthouse. But I'm just curious how that was negotiated, when it was negotiated, because personally, at a $70 million project, $270,000 is a mere drop in the bucket for them. And I think it should be at their expense and not ours. The other question, a couple of questions I had was Point Pino. So the electrical panel should have been modified so that we would be receiving the bills and not the Coast Guard?
Councilmember Beck through the mayor, that's
Yeah.
correct.
Okay.
And some of that was separated, but not all of it. So
Okay.
we're looking to finalize that work.
Thank you. And then which property was deeded to Pacific Grove?
The lighthouse property in its entirety. The meters are actually on the two adjacent buildings, those two small residential properties that are still owned by the US Coast Guard.
So those are owned by the Coast Guard.
Correct.
Okay, so the actual lighthouse, we're running off of that meter, off of one of the residential areas.
That's correct.
Okay. And then also, back in 2023, I paid a trip to the fire department just to see the condition of it and so forth. And I'm so happy to hear the roof was repaired and then the bathrooms being taken care of. But something I've been wanting to do since joining council was to actually have our council do a tour, take an entire day and look at our assets, because we get these photos, we get these reports, which again, very thorough. Thank you. But I think visually we need to walk these properties. These are our assets. This belongs to Pacific Grove. These belong to our residents. You know, Chautauqua Hall, for instance, I mean, it's shameful. It truly is shameful, the condition that that property is in now. And I really think as a council, for us to truly understand the condition of these properties and what's needed and how you grade them and so forth, and start, you know, budgeting this money and approving it for these repairs, we need to visually see them as well, and take your direction. However, let us view them as well. And that's something I would love to see council do. I think it's a long time coming, and I think we might be not pleasantly, I think we'll be very disappointed and shocked at some of the condition of some of the properties. But that's all I have for right now. I'll have some more, I'm sure. Thank you.
Councilmember Pedori.
Thank you, Mayor. That was a great presentation. Actually, I like the template. I haven't seen that before, so thank you. It kind of provided focus on things that really mattered. So one of the things this is just a general question, but I think whenever we talk about CIP projects in the budget, we always come back to what is in progress, what has been deferred, and I'm just questioning whether in the future maybe we can do it systematically to say these are on deferred projects. These are what are in motion right now, and this is what we want to do in the future. So right now it looks like we're going to do the recap after this is done, which kind of like defeats the purpose somewhat. And that's actually one of the questions I had, which is the David Avenue sidewalk, which we blessed. Where is it in the grand scheme of things? For example, do we need to put more funding for next year for David Avenue sidewalk that we need to be aware of? So technically, I can't answer that because I don't know what is going on. So I need to ask you, I mean, is that going great? Could you just comment on that?
Absolutely, Councilmember Pedori through the mayor. That project is in kind of the final engineering phase. We're packaging it up to put it out to bid in a phased manner. You guys allocated some additional funding, so that total project budget right now is $638,000. So we are aiming to construct kind of two segments. With that funding, the David Avenue sidewalk project was resubmitted and is included on the unfunded list because we know that that's not $638,000 isn't sufficient to construct the full amount. So we've kind of phased it out on the unfunded project list year over year to accommodate a block by block. So
Yeah, and I think that's fundamentally, I think that's what's happening with these projects. And I think that some of the questions that are coming up is when do they get funded? When do they get unfunded? Like, why is it taking so long? And one of at least my observation is that the deferred project list it's a vast amount of money, which is, I think, the big reason for not funding is exactly that, which is we don't have the money. And I think the fact that we have a project like ATC, which is coming in, which is going to bring a lot of money to town every year, is going to allow us to make inroads into a lot of projects that we've not seen before. So I think that's just a thought process. The other thing is around the pedestrian safety project that the PG Hotel was commenting. There was a PG Hotel project, pedestrian safety project. Can we make that? I mean, while we're at it, can we make that multimodal? Can we account for mobility issues? Can we account for cyclists, etc. While we're at it? And was that considered in that 270,000 that was presented?
that is something we can absolutely consider when we begin the design process with the traffic engineer and the civil engineer. So we can accommodate for multimodal elements to
And-
improve safety for all users of that roadway.
Great. So I would encourage you to think through whenever we're kind of touching a street too, like just take those, maybe you're already doing it, I'm not aware, but something to consider. And in this case, because there's a portion of the money being funded by PG Hotel, that'll actually work out a little bit too. I don't know the history behind 75-25, but perhaps you can comment on that. Are you aware of why it's 75-25?
I am not aware of the history. I do know that that's what was approved in the council resolution at the time the project was approved, and I believe that was in 2022. But if Dan wants to add some additional context.
Councilmember Paduri, in 2018, the initial proposal for that hotel came forward to the planning commission, and ultimately the city council. At that time, a resolution was approved to allocate 25%, to have the developer allocate 25% for improvement of those intersections. That was approved by city council in that resolution. And then that was reaffirmed by city council in the resolution in 2022 when that hotel was approved, the modifications to the hotel. So we're just carrying through what's brought forth in the resolution that was approved at the city council level.
Okay. All right. That's it from my side, but I think I think I also want, so is this going to come back to council again? Are we blessing this? And it seems like there was at least some mention in the presentation that we'll have some more time to make modifications here. Is this going to come back to council again? Like from a overall decision standpoint?
So this, if approved tonight, this will be incorporated into the operating budget, and there will be more conversation at that time. But the recommendation is to leave that $147,000 that you could potentially allocate to additional projects tonight unfunded until we're able to do those assessments of the facilities, get the parklet construction numbers, and then come back to you and see how you want to or what you want to allocate from that 147,000.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And those are all my comments.
Ready. Thank you, Your Honor. I think I want to speak more about the CIP process tonight than I do about any individual project. One of the focus priority areas that council adopted last year as part of our council goals, what we call them, is number 2 was infrastructure. And 2A is to enhance the process, prioritization, scheduling, and completion of CIP projects. That meant establishing a process that gets council well informed over several meetings, potentially, not just one. I feel like every time we do these CIP agenda items, we're drinking from a fire hydrant. It's just impossible to have the level of oversight and due diligence that's required. The agenda report drops on Friday. You've got basically the weekend to come up and be the expert on all these projects and the prioritization of them. It's impossible. It just can't be done. And we spoke about that last year. So, and we made it a council goal. It's right there. It's right there on our webpage. So I guess what I would want to do, and welcome city manager, is to focus on the process and to really bring that council initiative, that council priority and associated goals forward sooner rather than later. I love Councilmember Beck's idea of council understanding our assets, not in a face-to-face way, to go out and do the stud, the field work, to actually look at what's being required, so we can make intelligent decisions. Because I have a few projects. Sure, I'd like to see them get funded, but I have no way to prioritize them, and that's what we specifically pointed out was lacking last year when we developed our goals. I don't know, city manager, do you have any ideas on how we might? I mean, one of the problems, of course, right now, one last thing is we have to adopt this so that they can generate the budget. And we're not going to see the budget until next month in June. And it's got to be adopted at a regular scheduled meeting by the end of June. So we don't have any wiggle room to actually say, well, let's go out and review this and let's go figure that out. We're at the last minute. And I just wonder what your thoughts are for going forward, process-wise.
Councilmember Clutty through the mayor. I am coming in a little bit late, and there is more that's going to be coming coming into play here, I guess, as we go forward. So tonight, it appears that we've said that we have $800,000 of general fund money we can put towards projects. So, the Public Works Department took that and they looked at it and they said, what do we have to do? And they allocated that to some of the things they have to do, and that was left over. In terms of when we come back with the full budget, there could be additional funds that you could weigh and consider putting back into projects that are unfunded to bring those forward. So I think that's another part of the process that's going to happen here still to come. In terms of like, how can we, improve the process, at this point, we are a little bit late. I think it's a great idea for the council to see facilities and get a firsthand look. I think this facilities assessment that is underway at this point is going to give you a lot of data and a lot of information. It's going to help, but definitely, a firsthand look is always a great idea. In building out somewhat of a long-term maintenance plan is a really big project, and it's going to take some time. I've seen, I don't want to say I've seen it, but there are different ways of going about this one. Just, a lot of times it's just displaying the projects that we have in works, and maybe giving a status update with those, and then presenting new ones on top of that. And that might make you feel like we're not forgetting things, or things are still within play. So we can consider doing something like that for sure. At this point, we're scheduled to bring back the whole budget though at the next meeting. So I can speak with the staff and see if there's a way we could do an abbreviated version of that, because I'm imagining the budget meeting will be long as it is. So we can discuss that and think about that. I think there's probably more information that we could give you in terms of a ranking and scoring system. In the staff report, I noticed that the Public Works Department put in there how, some of the criteria that they use to decide on which projects that they're recommending to fund first. So those are included: greatest need, alignment with council strategic goals and initiatives, consequence of delay, readiness, feasibility, opportunities, and availability. So I guess that's kind of what goes into it right now. But a lot of times it's just how much money do we have to start with? And if you don't have a lot of discretionary funds to start with, you're kind of stuck. But I do think that this, when we come back with the budget, we're going to have, some more money for you to consider allocating places. And I guess before I wrap that up, I would ask Ms. Hannah if she has any further explanation on that, or is no? Okay. I'm not putting you on the spot.
Well, thank you very much, Matt. I just want to reemphasize that we do have this as a priority to enhance the process, prioritization, and scheduling and completion of CIP projects. One question, so when I want to look at a CIP project, I go to ClearGov. Is that still, regularly populating that site with
That's correct.
more or less?
Councilmember Coletti, yes, I do my best to update them as actions are taken at council or there's a large project milestone. The finance component for the projects is updated by our Administrative Services Department, I believe, on a quarterly basis.
All right. That's all I have, Your Honor.
Councilmember McDonald.
Thank you, Your Honor. Yeah, I actually also really like the idea of doing the facility tours. I feel like there's a lot of the city that we're trying to make decisions about without really having a good picture and understanding. And so even figuring out like who to talk to set that up is kind of daunting when we're dealing with agendas that come every week. So I think that would be a great idea. So if we could set that up, I think that would be really helpful because you always want to understand your assets. And to that same point, so some of the public has talked about scoring. Councilmember Coletti talked about scoring. I think Councilmember Peduri probably did too. So I did appreciate the report telling us, what measurements are being used. But what occurred to me is it might help if there was actually more of an actual scoring. So it's like we know that you guys are doing that in the background, that Public Works is doing that, but it's not transparent to us as we're seeing it. Like, what really are the higher priorities? So on each of those items that were listed, how does each item score on each of those? That then comes up with a formula that feeds into how we rank the things that are most important. And I'm really happy to hear that that facilities assessment is coming through, because I agree that I think the most important thing we can do is understand what our assets are, where we stand, what really needs the most help. And again, and I know we've talked about this before, anything we defer that leads to bigger problems, like now the rod in Chautauqua Hall, which had it been addressed sooner, could have cost a lot less. I think these are the things that are critically important Which brings me to another question. It was brought up about the crack and slurry seal. It's funny because sometimes it seems to lay down really well. And there was a stretch on Ocean View where as soon as it was laid, it seemed all rough and weird. And that seems to be coming up weird. More so than other stretches. Is that, like, scientifically speaking, so I know you said that that protects our investment. Is it actually more cost effective long term? And there's a second part to that question. Is it more cost effective long term to do that rather than laying down more pavement? And part of the reason I'm asking it is because if that crack and slurry seal is coming up and we are right on the coast, we have storms, everything gets washed into the ocean. Is there an environmental impact from something that comes up off the roads? And does that come up off the roads more than a regular paving job, for example?
Councilmember McDonald, I'll take a crack at that one. So from an environmental standpoint, I don't think there's an issue with a slurry seal that's done during normal weather. The normal wear and tear that you're seeing, I don't think has any environmental issue. Crack and slurry seals, a vital part of our roadway maintenance program. It ensures the longevity of the asphalt that's already in place. If we didn't do our crack and slurry program, we would never keep up with our roadways and the maintenance that's required. So for $400,000, we're doing 700,000 square feet of roadways. We just authorized $1.9 million at the last city council meeting of roadways where we're doing like 75 or 80,000 square feet of roadway rehabilitation where we're grinding out and doing all of that. So put that into comparison. We need to do crack and slurry seal to make sure that we don't get water intrusion into the roadway. The number one cause of a roadway degrading is water intrusion. Crack and slurry seal keeps that water from intruding. Sure, it lasts 7 to 10 years, hence why we would need to do 19th Street, and it needs the full rehabilitation because it was crack and slurry sealed 12 years ago. But we bought 12 years on that roadway before we needed to do something. If we weren't doing crack and slurry, we would be driving on dirt, potholes on numerous roads. Sure, should we be crack and slurring, sealing those roads every 7 years on a routine cycle? Yes, but unfortunately, we don't have the budget to keep up with that program. I would love to do that. Roads that we crack and slurry sealed 7 years ago, get it again, then we're good. And that road keeps at the same maintenance for 14 years, then 21 years. But that's not the reality that we're living in. We need to continue with that program just to ensure the longevity of our roadways.
Okay, thanks for that. And that's what I want to make sure that I understand, and also the public too, because I think it's one of those things where if we're not in public works or in traffic engineering, we don't know that. So it's kind of like painting. If you paint a building, it's going to make the building last longer than if you let it deteriorate and then it starts eating away at the wood, for example, if it's a wood building.
That's
So
correct.
similar idea. Okay, great. Thank you. One thing I want to make sure we touch on is, so we were talking about David Avenue. I know that that's moving along. Will we spend the ARPA funding allocated to it in time as it stands? And I'm asking because do we need to reallocate any of the CIP projects that could use ARPA funding if not?
So to answer your question, yes, we plan on expending that ARPA funding before the deadline in full. And we're anticipating getting up to Clark Lane as it relates to the sidewalk.
Okay, great.
Yeah,
So that'll, so we're
without
good on that
funding.
front.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you so much. And one thing that's not from my recollection included, and some of the public brought it up that reminded me of it, is to me, we also need to include any audit items that might have liabilities issues. And this brings us back to the Monarch Sanctuary fence, because I have seen where that's down. It's created a tripping hazard, and unfortunately, with the type of fencing we have in there, kids love to hang on them, which then breaks them and then creates a tripping hazard. And we don't want, to have city liability based on using a system that's not actually ideal for the use that it's getting, I guess is the best way to put it. So I know that's not on the list. It wasn't terribly expensive, but I think that part of our assessment process should include anything that might have liability, because especially if it's a small expense, what it will save us by doing it, I think is well worth deferring it in lieu of budget, because in the long run, it could end up being much cheaper. So I might have something else later, but those are kind of the key ones that came up as hot topics for the moment. Thank you.
Councilmember Emilio.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Hallaby and Mr. Go for all the work and you've done on this. And it was quite a lot of to absorb. And Councilmember Coletti mentioned we get this on Friday, so it's a little difficult. I have several things to talk about. It's would be great if we could do a 1/3 of this, 1/3 another week and another third another week, because if it's given to us, feels like you're going through the tunnel on Lighthouse. It's just it's going like this right now. But I have a couple other comments on David Avenue. That was just a pavement because I travel David Avenue a lot. Obviously, I live in the Del Monte Park area, but was that that's one question. Was that a regular pavement or a crack and slurry?
So there are two David Avenue projects. One is the sidewalk project and the other is the David Avenue Street Rehabilitation Project that will address just right off of Forest to the left-hand side going towards Monterey. Those are both currently budgeted in the current fiscal year and both are in kind of the final project engineering phases being put out to bid.
Yeah, the other yeah, I know that, but I was just questioning about the David Avenue. I know it's
By the
complete,
community high school.
yeah, by the community high school. Then the sidewalk area is going to go along the schools, right? And
That's
then
correct.
the other item on Pine Avenue, I know that's the PMI is really bad. Is that part of this project on the CIP? You know,
We do not have Pine Avenue listed to be rehabilitated on the current year CIP. I don't know what the PCI is off the top of my head.
okay, that's
But I
fine.
believe it's in.
The other question came up during the museum board the other night, and they talked about the exhibits underneath. I think you were there when the director talked about the sump pump underneath there. Does that have to be is that part of another CIP project or?
Yes, Councilmember Emilio, that is an approved CIP project for the current fiscal year. So that is underway and we are working with the museum staff to make some improvements to the sump pump situation that's in the basement.
Okay. The other thing I was going to talk about, I know there was talk about PG Hotel, but on any project that large, you know, there's 100 rooms, we approved it. They're going to fence off the area. They got to do the construction. And I know there's tractors and stuff like that, and that's got to get done. And once that's done, it's going to be a really nice project. We all saw the model of it and all. So let me just see one more thing. That's it for right now, but I really believe that it would be great. I know that's the ideal, doing 1/3 here, 1/3 of the CIP, 1/3, so that we would be able to absorb it a little bit better. But thank you very much for the presentation.
I'll echo the words of thanks for the detailed project proposals and report and the photos, which make it a lot clearer for us and I'm sure the rest of the public. So appreciate all the efforts. I also appreciate the public for coming. I'm not sure I recall such an impassioned talk about the capital improvement program or any part of the budget in recent years. So thank you for that. We have limited funds. There was some sort of implication that projects that didn't get funded or funding was allocated, the project didn't get completed, that money just evaporated or something. It didn't. It was used for other purposes. So under the guise of fiscal responsibility, it's all of our job, management, staff, council, to figure out how to best use all the revenue available to the city. So we have to gauge these projects versus all other uses of the funding, right? I like the proposed projects tonight. I think it is what I would call pretty much a bare bones set. Most of these projects are absolutely need to be done. And that allows us some additional funding for the budget talks where we can pick up some other projects, like if the fencing, I know you called it fencing, but it's the rope, which isn't much of a fence now along the path of the Monarch Sanctuary. If that really is a significant liability, then we need to put that in the next fiscal year. But if it's, I don't know. I don't know if it's a nice to have or really a must have. But as an example, the projects that were proposed tonight, I recommend that we approve that. And this gives us that list of unfunded projects to think about when we come back to the budget, because that's when we'll be making the final approvals at the second meeting in June on the total budget, including these capital projects. I want to remark about the process. So I call it asset management plan, and the public had asked for it, and we talked about it here at council, and it's underway. And so I can't speak more highly of it. We're on a path to outline over the years how much money, and councils can say, okay, we're going to have this much money for capital projects going forward, and we can see what's out there. There's never going to be enough money to do all the projects. No, it just will never happen, but we'll figure out where the best dollars are. So I'm looking forward to seeing that. Again, I'll call it asset management plan. I think touring the facilities, particularly when we get that plan together, get the report, that would be terrific. So thank you for that. And also on the update. So I think one of the things was already spoken is a little disjointed, is that you already have a full plate of capital projects that are underway, and this is only going to add to them. You'd said that the current year capital program, there's 40% of them are completed, 13 out of 33, 10 are under construction or work in progress. That's 23 out of 33. So we're up to 67% are either under construction, work in progress, or completed. So I'm glad to hear that that amount of progress has been made. Of course, there's still more work to be done on others, but I think that if there's some way to bring a snapshot of that information, you said quarterly it would be available. Perhaps for the budget, there could be a quick and dirty snapshot of where we are on all the projects for the current year. That might be helpful for all of us. And last but not least, the agenda report, you mentioned about changing the capital improvement program and increasing the dollar amount of projects that have to come to council for approval from $5,000. And our past interim city manager recommended $50,000 and a 10-year useful life for capital projects that have to come to council. And that you're considering that. I would consider $40,000 as a limit, because that is consistent with the city manager's expenditure authority. And You know, we can talk about the replacement of the museum carpet, but it just doesn't, I think, really rise. It's something that needs to be done, but I don't think it really rises to the level that we all have to agree on it and discuss it. So that's my thought. So 40,000, think about it. As you can tell, I'm obviously in full support of doing that. So we are going to need a motion here, so I hope someone will. Councilmember McDonald.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for reminding me of a clarification question, Mayor. And you had mentioned somewhere in the project the idea of moving some of the ones that were more facilities and infrastructure things that weren't necessarily in the flavor of CIP project to a different thing. And that might be good because the things that need repair, like we're talking about, is that something that we would want to pursue in the future? I forgot to kind of come around and circle to that point that was mentioned, the idea of some of these things like carpet repair and those kinds of things, even if they exceed 40K, is that something we want to put in a separate program from the CIP? Or is that something that we want to keep in it just because that was part of the agenda report? I wanted to clarify.
No, I think the idea was if it's the routine maintenance upkeep of facilities and it's under $40,000, it would not be part. I don't know if it would be a sort of city manager's CIP program, or it just would be part of the capital program embedded in the budget. I'm not sure how that would work, but
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My vision to that what you're saying right now, and I'll make sure it's consistent with other people's as well, is that, you know, when we build the budget, we'll look at what projects are coming up next year. They would just be maintenance projects like carpet, and we would put that money into a line item for a maintenance of that facility, and that, so it wouldn't be a CIP.
yeah.
And then the one project that I've realized that you guys had mentioned, so I looked at kind of the notes that Public Works had that kind of informed, and I really appreciate where you said the ones that we were deferring because we wanted to wait until we had that assessment so we'd better understand what the costs would be and what the priorities were. But the one that I didn't notice that for was the Del Monte Boulevard stormwater improvement. So that's really expensive. You had said that it's really essential, and I'm assuming the reason it's not included is because we don't have funding? Is it partly sewer fund or does it not apply for, like, is there monies out there that we could get that could help us to add that?
So the reason, to answer your question, the reason it is on the unfunded list and priority number one from a public works perspective is because it's super important to address the stormwater infrastructure and because the road is failing. The PCI on that segment of roadway is like an 8 to a 25. So it's in a completely failed status, but we can't rehab the roadway until we do the necessary underground stormwater work. It does have a super high price tag and it's been phased already. So we've completed phase 1 in a prior fiscal year. Phase 2 has a construction estimate of $320,000 and it's not something that we can utilize sewer funding for.
So basically it's critical. The road's going to keep getting worse, but currently there's kind of nothing we can do. So it just has to be stuck in a so does it have to be stuck in a holding pattern, or is there other funding or grants or anything we could apply for? Or it literally has to wait until we can come up with the money in sewer fund to do.
I don't believe there's
Or
any.
not sewer, sorry. General
Yeah,
fund.
we don't necessarily have any grants that we're aware of that would allow us to fund this specific project. And that is why we were hard pressed to fund the first phase. It was just because we got that injection of ARPA money a few years back and we were able to fund phase 1 through a combination of ARPA and non-general funding sources. The issue that we have as it relates to stormwater infrastructure is that there is not a dedicated funding source. So we're consistently putting projects on the unfunded list, knowing that we don't necessarily have a funding mechanism to allow for that. The sewer enterprise fund is great, but it is strictly for sewer funding and it allows us to address our sewer infrastructure. We do not have a similar or comparable thing for our stormwater infrastructure. There is a stormwater master plan project that we put on the unfunded project list almost every year, I think 5 years running. And that project would aim to develop through the Proposition 218 process a similar dedicated stormwater fund. Again, that's a costly endeavor too and a long endeavor. So we're kind of in this sticky situation in terms of we recognize the need and it is very important, but we do not have dedicated or enough funding to allow for those projects.
Okay, thank you so much for that explanation. So as council, I guess that seems like something we need to address because I don't want to just, like other things maybe happen, we leave it on the unfunded list, keep ignoring it till it gets to a state where it's even worse. And now we're in a worse situation that's going to cost us even more money. So I don't know what creative thinking we can do, but I just feel like maybe we need to at least be addressing what can we do to make sure we address it as timely as possible. Thank you.
Councilmember Coletti.
Thank you, Your Honor. I've got a quick question about some of these rolled burn projects. I don't remember ever seeing one on the CIP list. I think it's great. I mean, there's a project or a residence at Sloat and Walcott that you've probably heard from. I have. And I just was curious, what's the assessment process? Is that something you're actively, researching for, sites to do these rolled burn projects at? I've just never seen one, so I'm just curious how you came to that particular project.
Councilmember Coletti, on this specific project on, I believe it's Crocker and Pico.
Pico and Crocker, yeah.
We've had numerous complaints in that area and we've been out there with our engineering staff and have noticed the tremendous amount of groundwater and standing water that have been in that area. And we have underground stormwater infrastructure already there that's somewhat new, but we need to try to capture this water. So it's a rolled curb just because we've already engineered this project and it's ready to go. We could put a direct inlet into our storm drain system, and that rolled curb has simply been already engineered, and that's what's going to direct the surface flow of the stormwater into the direct inlet and then into our system. So no, we don't go around and build a lot of these rolled curbs, though we do every now and then. This is just how we've engineered this specific project to contain that surface flow and that groundwater that keeps seeping in that area.
Well, when I saw that picture that you had of Pico and Crocker, it reminded me of the northwest corner of Short and Walcott. And I think there is actually a storm drain there. But I think the complaint I heard is that the water on the northeast side isn't able to get to the storm drain. So I'm just curious about that when I saw that. I'll talk to you more about it later. So thank you.
Emilio.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion on number 1, receive and approve the FY 24-25 capital improvement plan to include in the operating budget and approve the resolution adopted. Number 2, approve resolution adopting the FY 24-25 SB1 project list.
Second.
Discussion on the motion? All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, it's after 8 o'clock. We're going to take a short break. Let's resume at 8:33.
Recording stop.
Okay. Could everyone please have your seat and we'll resume? Next item, 12B.
Hello, council members.
Recording in progress.
Hello, council members and Mayor Peak. Thank you for having me here tonight to present the staff report on the city's potential enrollment opt-up from 3C choice to 3C prime with Central Coast Community Energy. I expect the majority of the council members will have some kind of cursory knowledge of this, either being on the board with 3CE or having discussed this at previous committee meetings. So I'll try and keep it as kind of brief as possible. The Climate Action and Adaptation Planning Committee received a presentation from 3CE in August of 2023. The committee requested further information and recommended that the city opt up city properties and encouraged residents to participate and to opt up themselves. And this was discussed as an immediate action that could be done while the climate action planning process continues. So something that the city can do to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and set an example for the community to make those reductions immediately, not when this process is completed, but right away. Central Coast Community Energy is the primary energy supplier to Pacific Grove. PG&E distributes and delivers the energy, but by default, Central Coast Community Energy sources the energy. They operate as a community-owned, not-for-profit organization, and they source electricity for more than 450,000 customers. You can see on the map of their range of services there. And they source their renewable energies throughout Southern California and neighboring states. And they do that by doing power purchase agreements with geothermal, solar and storage combos, and wind. And then they deliver this energy with the help of PG&E, and they give customers, including the city and all of our residents, the option. By default, when someone in Pacific Grove signs up for a PG&E account, they will automatically be enrolled in 3C choice. And they have the option. They can either opt out of 3CE entirely, and then their electricity will be purchased directly from PG&E, or they can opt up and elect to pay a little extra and get 3C prime, where they have 100% renewable energy entirely from wind and solar. This is the document that was attached to the agenda, and it shows the detailed breakdown of 3CE and 3C choice and 3C prime, where with 3C prime, the customer would get 100% renewable split between solar and wind energy. And with 3C choice, it closely matches, but not exactly matches, the overall power mix of California, with 35.8% coming from eligible renewables. 3C choice is the standard offering. So the vast majority of people utilizing 3CE are getting 3C choice. As of the last power content label that 3CE put out, 35.8% of that energy mix comes from eligible renewables, but they're on a pathway to have 60% by 2025 and 100% by 2030. And then the upgraded option, 3C prime, costs 0.8 of a cent per kilowatt hour extra. And the energy is 100% wind and solar, 100% renewable. And it's expected, according to 3CE, that 3C prime will become obsolete as 3C choice reaches 100% renewable. So right now they have the two programs, but eventually everybody will sort of naturally, the two programs will converge to just one program at 100%. Here in Pacific Grove, of all the PG accounts, 3.34% have opted out and just get their electricity straight from PG&E and don't want anything to do with 3CE's programs. They get it straight from PG&E. And the reason that people do that, for example, the city has certain accounts, specifically our streetlights, that aren't metered. They are the rates are calculated on just a calculated amount as opposed to a metered amount. And because of that, we have to buy them straight from PG&E, buy the electricity straight from PG&E. Some people opt out because there are certain benefits if you have your own microgrid where you're selling electricity back to the grid. So if you have a big solar array on your rooftop, it can be financially beneficial to opt out and get the PG&E rates. But for everyone else, the 96.6%, the 3CE rates are lower, and you are so you're paying less and you get more renewable energy, and you are you get access to their incentive programs and other benefits. And then of those 96.6% of the accounts that have 3CE, the vast majority, 7,886, have the default 3C choice. And in Pacific Grove, we have 60 accounts that have 3C prime. And a typical household, and this is according to 3C, but a typical household that consumes 300 to 500 kilowatt hours would pay just $4 or $5 extra per month. So not an incredible amount of money. And based on the City of Pacific Grove's 2022 consumption of 1,095,401 kilowatt hours of electricity, we estimate that it would cost about $8,000 or $9,000, $8,800 per year to upgrade to 3C prime. And this estimate could be variable based on the usage changes of the city. This is just city-owned properties and the accounts that the city pays for. And then also potential future rate changes of 3CE. And and I don't want to give the illusion that this will be a silver bullet, because the reality is the greenhouse gas emissions, and this is based off the 2022 report on the 2020 community-wide greenhouse gas inventory in Pacific Grove done by AMBAG, but 73% of the greenhouse gas emissions in our community are coming from transportation. So this isn't going to be a big, paradigm shift. It's, this is a kind of a baby step in the right direction, not a silver bullet. So 73% of greenhouse gas emissions in the community are coming from transportation. And you can see it's about 26% coming from the residential and commercial / sectors. And of that 26% represented in this entire pie chart, only about 10 of it is coming from electricity use, 7% with residents, and 4.5% of commercial industrial. So we're talking about citywide electricity use is 10% of 25%, 26% of our total greenhouse gas emissions. But by making this kind of opt up, the city is choosing to align with its focus priority area number 3 of environmental stewardship. It's giving the city an example to lead by example, and then potentially encourage its residents to do the same thing to help with our community greenhouse gas emissions. And some of that outreach could include further presentations and discussion at the BNRC and the Climate Committee or Council with 3CE, inviting 3CE to table and present at city events or farmers markets, and the city to do social media posts and city website content. So I'm available for questions, and I think the 3CE account manager, Judy Young, is also available online if there's any questions for her.
Do we have any public comment? Please come forward if you have public comment. Welcome.
Thank you, Colleen Ingram. I'm representing Sustainable Pacific Grove, and I would like to thank you very much for taking this first step to picking some of the low-hanging fruit that we can make a difference. I know that transportation is a major issue, and I'm really happy to see that we've got more infrastructure for electrification and electric vehicles coming up in the grocery store parking lots and what we have right near Fandango's. I'd also like to stress that electrification and the switch to heat pumps or heat and water heat pumps will make a big difference in the gas usage. And it's something that 3CE has funded with Resilient Central Coast, which Ecology Action is part of, that could help with us pushing out that information and that messaging. So they may be able to help with the website and also the community outreach. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do we have any virtual public comment?
No, sir, no hands raised.
Council discussion on the item? Councilmember Pedori.
Thank you, Mayor. Actually, this is one of the results of the CAP committee, and I'm thankful for everyone, current and past, because there have been past committee members too, in being instrumental to drive this forward. My thanks to Mr. First for bringing in all the speakers, for bringing this to our attention, taking things forward. I think to me, it's somewhat of like $9,000. It's like under city manager purchasing authority. So it's like a thing that we can do quickly to remediate some of the situations that we're having. With Ms. Young being online, perhaps I can ask a question. What is the anticipated time frame for 3C Choice to become 3C Prime in the future, like the merging between 3C Choice and 3C Prime? What is the anticipated time frame? Is it 5 years, 10 years, or are we looking further out?
We have set a goal of, hello, and thank you so much for having me tonight. I'm thrilled to be here talking about this topic. We do have a stated goal of reaching 100% clean and renewable for all of our customers by the year 2030. We are on track at this time to reach that goal. We have secured nearly 80% of our annual load with power purchase agreements that not are all online yet, but that we are under agreement on, and we're working towards getting to 100%.
Right, that's fantastic news. So I'm fully supportive of this, even for 5 years, still under city manager's purchasing authority. I think with 40,000. So I again like thank everyone for being instrumental in making this happen, and I look forward to seeing what other initiatives we can put forward to the table. Thank you.
Councilmember Clevy.
Thank you, Your Honor. Yeah, I was glad that we made this suggestion early on the CAP committee and that George followed through on it. As he's pointed out, the majority, the bulk of our CHG emissions are, greenhouse gas emissions are due to transportation. And then a fraction of that due to electric use. And I also just work in the numbers real quick. The city's usage, which is about 1,000 megawatt hours per year, represents about 100 homes. So that's kind of the level of our energy use in terms of average residential use. So it's not a lot, but it's something we should definitely be doing. One thing I was wondering if you could answer, George, do we have to have a smart meter to enroll that account into the program?
Councilmember Coletti, I'm not actually sure about that, the answer to that. I know that for an account to be enrolled, it has to have a meter.
Yeah.
And my assumption is that most of our meters are smart meters, but it's not a topic that's come up in the past.
What I've, thanks to Tori, I have gotten an accounting. So I think we have about 68 accounts, 68 PG&E accounts / meters. And of those 68, we've got 44 with smart meters. And the smart meters provide a reading every 15 minutes of energy use. And so those are going to be real useful for allowing us to do energy audits, because it's one thing to commit to the source, but then it's another thing to commit to the usage. And I'd like to, since the majority of our meters are smart meters and we have access to that data, I'd like to start seeing us actually create energy audits. Maybe we can improve the usage or the usage down at the library. I know that comes up a lot. You drive by, you come into town at 3 a.m. and all the lights are blaring at the library. So this is how you can get insight into the energy profile usage at our various sites. So I'd like to pursue that. Can we ask the 3CE representative if we do need smart meters to enroll in the Prime?
Yes, thank you for the question. I have not been asked that before. I do not believe that we do, but certainly if for some reason it turns out that we do, I'll be right back in touch. But let's go forward with no smart meters are necessary. And
So petition, okay.
And I'm not sure if you with your smart meters have access to your 15-minute increment data, but I certainly can supply that to you if you do not.
Well, it was a bit of an effort, I will admit that, but eventually we did get 3 years worth of data. So, and that's what I'm going to start mining as far as a presentation for both council and the CAP committee. So just to get an idea of how we can look at our energy use and then drive that forward into perhaps policy. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll add, thank you very much, Mr. First, for bringing this forward. It is a very modest cost. I fully support it. It's perhaps more symbolic, yeah, as you've well illustrated. Thank you very much for showing graphically what the impact of this is. It's small for a small fee, but it puts us, the city, in the right direction, and it's totally in line with our council goals. I want to step for a second, talk about 3CE. There's 2 boards. We share a seat on the policy board with Carmel and Monterey, and we're not at the table, so to speak, right now. Councilmember Beck is sort of the alternate to the alternate. And I think next year we become, in 2025, we get a seat at the table. Is that right? And I think, and that's in alignment with the operations board, I believe, unless you have different information.
Yeah, I would think it would line up, but I'm actually attending the operations board right now, so through the rest of this year. So I guess it doesn't line up.
Okay.
I can provide some insight perhaps. It's between you and your sister cities that you share the seat with to determine who's going to be on what board at what time. So it's not regulated by 3CE.
Right. And we have an agreement with Carmel, the cities of Carmel and Monterey about that. Perhaps I should have pulled it out before the meeting, but didn't. But anyhow.
Mayor, if you don't mind me adding, we've also had a request from 3CE to present their annual report in July. So we're hoping to add that to a future agenda.
Okay. And I see you have a revised recommendation in errata.
Yes.
Are we ready for a motion? Or do you want to say?
I'll go ahead and. Okay. Revise the recommendation that action to clarify council action and outreach as follows. Up eligible electrical generation service to the city properties from 3C office to 3C prime. Encourage residents to participate also. Oh, okay. There we go. Number 12B, authorize the city manager to switch eligible electrical generation service to city properties from 3C choice to 3C prime and encourage residents to participate in the 3C E and 3C prime through public outreach, which could include presentations and discussion at BNRC and climate committee, inviting 3C to host a table at city events or farmer markets and social posts and added information to the city website.
Second.
Any discussion on the motion? All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Item 12C.
Thank you. We'll go ahead and start off. I would like to, Sandra, if you could bring up the PowerPoint presentation first. Okay, the city of Pacific Grove's code of conduct should read the original code of conduct, which was in November of 2021. Go to the next slide, please. Code of conduct is the foundation of the city council ethics and essential for public trust and confidence in the city council. City council members are to lead by example. City council sets the example and the tone of council meetings. Work for the common good, not personal interest. Share information, ask questions of the staff with a copy to the city manager, and the city manager is, I think, Mr. Morgansen's a couple of weeks old, and I think it's important that we make a copy to the city manager being new to the system here. Next slide. Praise in public, but criticize in private. Work for a win-win and strive to consensus and common ground. And there's questions to this. However, I have a couple other things to talk about first. Presently, the code of conduct adopted in 1121 eliminated the original code of conduct. Sections 4 and 5 were eliminated. To me, it's now important to bring the original time back. Time's basically right. We've got, as Mo pointed out earlier, I had 3, but we actually have 4 new council members starting. They'll be elected in less than 5 months. Of course, there's the charter and municipal code, but that's over 200 pages. And I think that what happens is with the code of conduct, the original one, which I'm going to be talking about, should be is right up on the top of the City of Pacific Grove's website, rather than scrolling down through charter and municipal code. If you look on page 279, the sections in the red are the ones that were taken out. But I had talked to former Amy Thomason, and she worked with Assistant City Attorney Heidi Quinn. And as you can see, all of them deals with everything that should be done to enforce the code of conduct. As the code of conduct is presently has, that much, in my opinion, can be done. If someone violates code of conduct, they're told, you know, you violated the code of conduct, but what could be done? As I go through the section 4, respecting here to the city form of government, which is a charter operating under the council manager form of government, with the city council acting to legislative body. Speak directly. I meant to speak, make a copy of this city manager on issues and concerns in order for the city manager to address anything that to address any delegate to the matter of the appropriate staff. Direct the city manager to implement the city council's policy decisions through administrative copy. Of course, treat staff professionally and refrain from publicly criticizing individual employees or employee groups during public meetings on social media, in this media and other times. Avoid involvement in any personnel issues, including hiring, firing, disciplining, and any personal matters except through the city council closed sessions regarding city council appointed staff, including the city manager and city attorney, except during the city council closed session. Channel communications through the appropriate city staff. Questions for the city staff should be directed with a copy to the city manager. It's not only to the city manager, with a copy to the city manager and city attorney if it's needed, and the city clerk or department heads. The city manager should be copied on any request to department's heads. Discuss directly with the city manager or city attorney as appropriate, any displeasure. Avoid comments which are offensive, intimidating, undermining, treating unfairly, and harassment to the public and staff. Request answers to questions on the city council agenda items from the city manager, city attorney, or administrative director. Depending on staff to respond to citizens' concerns and complaints. The city council compliance with the general norms, the enforcement, the mayor shall have the primary responsibility for meeting decorum. Additionally, any council members at any time call for a point of order to request the timely enforcement of the rules of decorum. Point of order is given to proceed over any motion or discussion. Censor. On a majority of the council vote, any council member or members found in violation provision of the policy shall be subject to ensure a public hearing held before the city council. Notice of hearing shall be provided to full council. Council members who intentionally repeat and fail to follow proper conduct may be reprimanded or formally censored by the council. Many assignments or other intergovernment agencies. Other privileges such as payment or training or attendance or any conference afforded to council members. Serious infractions of the code of conduct and could lead to other sanctions that deemed appropriate by the council. Well, this was brought up again in November 2021, but it was reduced to just sections 1, 2, and 3, which doesn't provide a lot to it. So that is the end of my presentation. I truly believe we need to adopt the original code of conduct, which included sections 4 and 5.
Comment, please come forward if you wish to speak to this item. Welcome.
Sally Moore, resident. And I think a lot of this has been covered in your ethics training and also in your oath of office. It's pretty complete when you do those two things. And I don't know that we need to change the entire thing back on the code of ethics and your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, thank you. Colleen Ingram as resident. Thank you for taking my comment. I just want to bring forward that the Code of Ethics are recommendations and suggestions, and that this is a very valuable and needed thing. Over the last 2 years, I've written numerous times regarding Code of Conduct violations from 2 council members to no avail. And this is because we currently have no enforcement protocols for accountability. At the first meeting of the newly elected council members, at least 2 violations occurred. A community member brought forward inappropriate conduct when her employer was contacted by Councilmember Beck for sharing Beck's racist social media posts. Not only did this conduct go unaddressed, the caller, Councilmember Coletti, was supported in shutting down the caller's comments by shouting that it was hearsay, but it was substantiated in an email to every council member and mayor prior to that meeting. So that was number 1. Number 2, only moments later, Councilmember Coletti interrupted a resident commenting that community wanted conversation around this racist post. And they were both direct violations of the Brown Act. There's been no accountability for these violations. I've shared with every member of this council social media posts of Councilmember Coletti's behavior, which is inappropriate, misinformation, misleading posts concerning city business as afterthought. Post where he lied outright about how events occurred and how he has attempted to intimidate me and others with doxing. And the latest inappropriate action was at a public comment Councilmember Coletti made at the Coastal Commission. At the April 3rd council meeting, 2 or 3 council members stated that there should be council representation at this meeting. Although Coletti was not officially assigned that I know of as a delegate to the Coastal Committee or the commission, he made the first public comment as addressed by council member and called himself council member, and he spoke in direct opposition to the group vote to support the ATC project. I've received no responses from anyone on this council about any actions regarding violations of these codes of conduct. And he's smiling at me right now. And while I think the additions to the code of conduct enforcement are needed, they're not strong enough. And 5C, where you say that you may be reprimanded or formally censored, it should be will be reprimanded or formally censored. Otherwise, it's the same business as usual. So in addition, I hope you make it clear that any member of council or the city manager can bring forward a request for a public hearing to have the censorship done. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm Laura Abhider. I'm a PG citizen as well, smiling at me as well. So I'm not sure why it's so funny, but I have shared in the past that I have a corporate background. I've worked for some major, Fortune 50 companies. Pretty much every single one of them had a code of conduct. There's a lot of good things that come from having a code of conduct. It says to everyone, it says to the world, we have a foundation for our good work. It says we are trying to build trust and confidence in what we're doing, in our decisions and how we work. We're trying to display our integrity and our values. There's nothing wrong with that. It should be hugely supported. What would be the con for that? You want to show your intention to be transparent. You want to show you have expectations of one another and that you can count on one another and that the public can count on you. And build a brand, the brand that attracts other people, that attracts leaders and employees. It demonstrates social awareness, understanding what people need to feel comfortable moving forward. It accelerates change and the ability to make things happen. It builds trust and unity. And it gets you some best practices that you can continue to improve on and learn from. And it improves accountability. So there's nothing wrong with having a code of conduct, and having it have teeth is important. Otherwise, it's just lip service. And that doesn't mean we have to use it today to go out and pound on someone, but without evidence that there's some code of conduct and some accountability, it's really difficult to trust in different situations. For example, tonight in this meeting, someone proposed that a newspaper article about a business license, someone on the BID not having a business license, was someone who was mentioned in a newspaper article. In fact, that was not true. That was gibberish. That was intended deliberately to mislead and foster some difficult feelings for someone who's kind of pushed back on some of the policies of the city. And if you had a code of conduct and we knew we could trust in that and we could believe in that, we could assume positive intent and that was just a mistake. But when we see things like council members up at 4 a.m, deleting things that they've posted so that all the comments below disappear, which I don't know if that's a Brown Act thing or not, it's hard to have an expectation of good intent. So I urge you to build our trust in you by adopting a code of conduct. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you for the welcome. Good evening, Council. I think any code of conduct needs to have some form of enforcement, or it's just a piece of paper. And the people who would go against a code of conduct, like the one we have here, are only going to read it so they can use it to chastise people who aren't them. I don't think much of censure. This will go down on your permanent record. Like, no one ever really cares about that. There aren't that many subcommittees that people can be removed from. I think that being prevented from adding items to the agenda for a period of time would be good. But really, let's be honest, we've got a council where one of the members put forth a policy forbidding the use of personal electronics during meetings. And when another member saw me in the corner trying to take a picture of him using his phone during a meeting, she interrupted the meeting to stand up for an urgent question of the city attorney, which really just let them whisper to the other person in passing so they would put their phone away. Mayor Pro Tem Smith put an item about changing the way you put things on the agenda, where the presentation was put together by Councilmember Coletti, though his name was not on the agenda item, and then was too busy dealing with the bus wheels on his chest when Mr. Coletti said he didn't know why Mr. Smith had put it on the agenda in the first place. The only people you are likely to use this authority against are Council Members Peduri and Emilio, so you might as well approve it. What's really needed is a policy that reveals enough of the details of any investigation into an elected official's action so that voters can understand the financial impact on the city of reelecting them. But I fully support Councilmember Emilio's item as a step in the right direction.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you, Councilmember Emilio, for bringing this up. December 21st, 2021, Councilwoman Coletti jumped over protocol and did not go through the mayor to interrupt one of my public comments and interrupted my public comment. It was a Brown Act violation. I had no recourse. I contacted the DA, and the only recourse I had, because we have no teeth to our code of conduct, is to go ahead and file suit. Now, I love Pacific Grove. I'm a native. I'm from here, born, raised, went through all of the schools. I'm not going to do that. I believe what you are doing is important. I believe in our local government. I believe in our treasure chest. So we have no recourse when we have a grievance other than nuclear. And I have plenty of grievances with this city council, with this administration. I've got a whole list here, as many of us do, particularly when it comes to Councilman Coletti. And so when it comes to this code of conduct, it's not just do unto others and you'll have done to you. It's the beginning of a dialogue. It's the beginning of a conversation, change, a conversation which could create some kind of consensus. It's community. It's not just words on a paper. The teeth matter. Discipline, that word, it means to teach. We're teaching one another. Now, when it comes to social media, there's a gray area there. There's a whole big gray area. We're not going to have an Office of Communication anytime soon. So when it comes to this code of conduct, we really need to look at this and put some teeth into it, because we need to have one standard. As it stands now, we don't have two standards. We don't have three. We have multiple standards here. And we need to revisit that, because when it comes to Nextdoor, when it comes to Facebook, there are protocols there that are not being addressed. Even when it comes to Nextdoor, there is a program called the Public Agencies, I believe, program, which is what you should be using, not your personal accounts. And the dirty deleting continues. So I'm going to leave it there. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Welcome.
So first of all, we have just heard from people on social media who are the nastiest, vile people I've ever encountered on there. Each one of these people has said nasty stuff about me, some of the time just out of the blue. Now we've established they don't like council members smiling at them. You know, boy, isn't that egregious? See, and noises like that. Miss Marks, who when she was on the DEI, got on social media constantly attacking me and saying nasty stuff. And now all of a sudden, we need a code of conduct. And I'm looking at you, Mr. Emilio. You've brought forward something back when there was a council member that constantly attacked me that I ended up in court with over stuff she stated that was untrue and was found in favor by 2 judges. You didn't say a damn word. Not one word about censoring her or anything else. You didn't even answer my emails when I said, gee, Councilmember Emilio, what do you think about this? But now all of a sudden, you're bringing up stuff that was just covered a few weeks ago by the inquiry. And now I want to ask you something, Mr. Emilio, and I know, you don't always address what people say at the podium, but did you have an ex parte meeting with some of the people that spoke tonight before me? Because word is that you did. And if you did, you probably should have let us all know that and let us know why you're out there in the community, seemingly helping to sow dissent. Because again, if you go on anytime, and I'm sure after tonight, they'll be on there, all of these people will be on there saying stuff about how mean and vile and nasty Dan Miller is. But obviously, they need to look in their mirrors. Miss Beck's undergoing treatment for cancer. Her daughter just died of cancer. These clowns have been on social media attacking and attacking and attacking, and they didn't tonight just let it go. Just let's have a little compassion. No, Miss Ingram had to right away attack. Isn't this just lovely what we've wrought? Thank you so much for bringing this forward, Mr. Emilio. This tonight is quite possibly the worst presentation I've ever seen by a council member, but secondly, the low point of this city council. And if you allow this to continue going on, of people sitting there grunting and groaning while I'm speaking, you need to clear the chambers and allow people to speak without people making noises and acting like everything's problematic. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Tina Rao. I'm here struggling to understand why anyone would be against the proposed changes to the Code of Conduct. This has been a standard for jobs and volunteering that I've done for many, many years. Why would you not be in favor of a policy that will ensure that everyone was treated fairly, with respect, and that you hold each other accountable and to a higher standard? What's the alternative? We continue to let our city be driven by significant exposure to litigation, as referenced in multiple closed session agenda items over the last year and a half. Is the lack of code of conduct the reason that this body is unable to hold itself accountable? Is it the reason that the answer is to throw your hands up? How long will these significant exposure to litigation issues continue to go on, and at what cost? The taxpayers and the voters deserve to know how much this is costing us. And I'm not just talking about payouts, attorneys' fees, as well as the cost to recruit, hire, and train new employees that are required due to the mass staff exit. As taxpayers and voters, we require full transparency. Anything less is unacceptable. The Code of Conduct is an important first step to mitigating this ongoing risk. Without it, the costs will continue to rise. A vote for the Code of Conduct tells the voters and the taxpayers where your values lie. A vote against it will also tell a story. It'll tell the story that you're okay with the staff and other employees being treated as less than, and that this behavior is acceptable. Now it's your move. I ask you to vote yes for the updated Code of Conduct and help to begin to restore the faith and trust the PG voters have put to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any online comments?
We do, Mayor. I have 6 hands raised right now. Beth, you have the floor.
Hi, this is Beth Walker. I would like to ask that you please support the revisions to the code of conduct as outlined in the presentation. We need actionable accountability measures in place to curtail inappropriate behavior by our city council members and board and committee members. We all have these in place in many aspects of our lives, including jobs and volunteering. Public service should be no different. We have current council members harassing the community online and in public forums. I have personally been harassed online on Nextdoor by a council member and a board commission member. Activity at public forums is recorded and available for proof. Without changes to our code of conduct, this inappropriate and sometimes illegal behavior will remain unchecked. This change applies to both current and future council members. It is not clear why this topic is even up for discussion. Everyone wants to be treated with courtesy and respect. It creates a productive environment and increases morale, something I feel we can all appreciate. Thank you.
Ms. Jacobs.
Hello, this is Liz Jacobs. Thank you so much. So, Mayor and council members, I'm very appreciative of the council recognizing that our current code of conduct is weak and for the need of creating consequences for misconduct. It is all very well to have aspirational statements of practice. Hello, can I just check? I'm hearing a voice. Is this okay? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, I'm getting a message. Anyway, thank you. So it's fine to have aspirational statements of good practice, but if there are no consequences for malfeasance, then it is perfectly possible that misconduct will occur and then occur again and again and again. And the one who commits the offensive behavior may carry on abusing their position. This creates a shift in our democracy away from accountability. In 2022, the Supreme Court tackled this issue of whether a governing body member could or should be censured. This was a case, Houston Community College System versus Wilson. The counter argument against censure was, in favor of censure was that the perpetrator has First Amendment rights, so they should not be censured. However, the court ruled that those who uphold censure also have First Amendment rights, and they need to be able to uphold their policy. And without any teeth in your policy, you cannot do that. They found clearly in favor of using censure in local government, and I urge this council to do the right thing and allow consequences for violations of their policy. Thank you very much.
Jane Haynes.
Good evening, council members. I urge you not to adopt the proposed resolution and amendments to the City Council's existing code of conduct. The proposed resolution finding number 2 states that a more comprehensive code of conduct is necessary to ensure public confidence and trust in the fair operation of our city. I respectfully disagree. The existing code was in effect when this council brought Pacific Grove a new city manager, a new community development director, and a new city attorney. Those actions greatly strengthened my confidence and trust in the fair operation of Pacific Grove. But the proposed amendments to the code would have the opposite effect for me. The proposed code sections 4F and 4J direct council members to channel communications through staff. As a voter, I vote for candidates I think most likely to represent my viewpoint, but I don't vote or choose staff. Certainly, I want council members to consult with staff whenever they want to, but I want that choice to be the council members and not because a code says that they must. Also, the existing code of conduct states in section 2B that council members must maintain dignity, courtesy, and respect among one another. I couldn't agree more. But I think the Carmel City Council in 2022, when they sanctioned former Mayor Steve Dallas for sexual harassment, but did it in closed session rather than at a public hearing, I think they maintain dignity, courtesy, and respect. Yet, Section 4B of this amendment states that a council member found to violate any provision of this policy shall be subject to censure at a public hearing. I don't think that is maintaining dignity, courtesy, and respect for one another. So please do not amend our existing council policy number 00025. It is adequate as it is. And the proposed amendments would return to having a few staff members run the city. And we're going the opposite direction now, which gives me great confidence in the future of the city. Thank you.
Lawrence and Brenner.
Thank you, Sandra. Well, I'm going to completely agree with Ms. Jane Haynes there. This sounds like a vendetta is going on. We have a perfectly good code of conduct. And what really enforcement is quote unquote censure? Are you all members of the Republican House of Congress? I mean, censure, how far is that getting anybody? That's not a legal enforcement. It's just grandstanding. And I will say that thank goodness I am on absolutely no social media. I think it's a vile cesspool. And all those who use it are obviously showing up and saying so, just what a cesspool it is. It is just like, it's like public punitive propaganda. I mean, I can't believe it. These people feel violated in some way. Well, I do too. And frankly, I feel violated when I ask a question of staff nicely in an email and don't get answered or get an automatic response to look up something else like permits. I don't want permits. I wanted to point out something and ask a question about a project, not mine, but on an agenda item. Staff doesn't have time to answer me. Well, I elect council members completely to have minds, question, represent me. And frankly, I will agree with Dan Miller that that was the worst agenda report I have seen presented. And mind you, I've seen a whole lot of them in my 70 plus years of being a Pacific Grove resident and watching and being actively involved. We have a perfectly good code of conduct, which should serve us well and is. We didn't adopt in 2021 all these other punitive revisions, and as we should tonight, not adopt them. Just keep our code of conduct. It serves us well. Thank you very much.
Mary Adams.
Thank you. I'm in favor of this. The code of conduct as it stands is useless. You can do whatever you want and there is no accountability. So I don't understand how leaders of integrity would be afraid of accountability. That's the puzzle. Thank you.
Marcia.
Thank you. Good evening. Council and Mr. Mayor, please do not adopt the proposed revisions of the Code of Conduct policy for elected and appointed officials. The existing code of conduct is good. The new right of inquiry and ordinance, along with the recently updated handbook for appointed board committee members, supplement the existing code of conduct. There's no need for revisions or tweaks. Frankly, some elements of these proposed conduct revisions are troubling. There's a good reason why they failed to pass council vote when they first surfaced in November 2021, and those concerns remain today. For example, I'm referencing the redlined aspects. Number 5A, 5B, and C threaten the First Amendment rights of PG residents and our elected representatives, respectively. Empowering counselors to intervene in a city council meeting to silence a PG resident, prevent residents from expressing opinions, which counselors don't like to hear, threatens citizens' First Amendment rights. And by the way, California courts are strong supporters of the public's First Amendment rights. As long as PG residents observe time and agenda item relevant protocols, they have every right to express their opinions. Regarding number 5B and C, counselors have First Amendment rights just like PG residents, and the right to speak freely, think independently. Threatening a counselor with censure who does not rubber stamp staff reports, who's unwilling to join a voting block of counselors, who dares to have an independent opinion on things for the best interest of constituents in our hometown would be unacceptable. It's voters who can remove counselors that they feel are subpar. You know, having counselors gang up on each other, that's really inappropriate and not very collegial. And then regarding number 4J, depend upon staff to respond to citizen concerns and complaints, encouraging constituents to deal with the city manager and staff, not the people that we elected. If we have a problem or a concern, is contrary to our council city manager form of government. Voters do not elect city workers. We can't fire city workers. City workers do not represent voters, whereas councilors do. Thank you very much.
Joy Colangelo.
This is Joy Colangelo.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. The federal guidelines state that for boards of directors and council members who have defied code of conducts, that the enforcement would be heard at a public forum. And I want to say that our largest employees here on the peninsula all have very strict codes of compliance, stricter than the one that's being offered tonight, which we should adopt. Our largest employees, the 3 hospitals, Pebble Beach Company, the university, Mbari, and the aquarium, all strictly enforce and recently have enforced their code of conduct. And I would like us to pass this one, and we should have more enforcement, which is what we severely lack at this time. Thank you.
Lisa Chiani.
Excuse me, thank you. The resolution asserts that the current code of conduct policy is not sufficient, but the agenda report doesn't explain why it's not sufficient. The resolution states that the revised policy will ensure all elected and appointed officials will perform in a manner that will instill public confidence and trust in the fair operation and integrity of city government. I wonder, is the threat of censure for any violation, any single violation, supposed to instill the public's confidence and trust? And that's not to mention that the additions in red have say in one place any violation and in another say repeated violations. I cannot see where any improvement is provided with this proposal. And this item lacks a tone of quality. It sounds antagonistic. There is duplication, there are inconsistencies in sections 4 and 5. An example would be 4B and 4F, which are not consistent with each other about who council members are limited to communicating with. The city manager only, or also the city attorney, the city clerk, or department heads. And item J, as others have pointed out, 4J rather, says council members must depend on staff to respond to citizens' concerns and complaints. What if staff fails to respond or be helpful? Including the city's, this chief of staff, the city manager. There's every indication that our new city manager is going to be terrific, but we had a different experience for 7 years. So please do not approve this addition to the Code of Conduct. Thank you.
Garcia.
Good evening. I will keep it brief. I support everything, all the comments made by Jane Haynes, Marcia, and Lisa Ciani. I would encourage you not to support this agenda item. Leave the Code of Conduct as written. It is sufficient. And, yeah, I think people just want to fight to be fighting. Anyway, it makes no sense. So I encourage you not to approve it. Thank you so much.
Look at the hands, Mayor.
Before we start council discussion, I want to turn to our city attorney. There was some question about law. Do you care to opine?
Well, with respect to the Code of Conduct, I believe that if the council were interested in pursuing something similar to what we see here, there would be a need to provide for further process in terms of how these enforcement mechanisms would be initiated and enforced. So I do not believe that as written, it is sufficient from a legal standpoint without modification.
Okay, council discussion, Councilmember Beck.
Am I on there? Yes. First, we don't usually address the public when they've made comments, but there is something I do need to clear up here, and I think it's extremely important to know that if you had listened to the caller on, I believe you said December 21st, it was former council member McAdams who stated that I called an employer. I did not call anyone's employer. There was a resident in Pacific Grove that called an employer. So I just want to make that really clear. And that was during political season or during campaign season. I did not make a phone call. So I want to make that really clear. You had to hear what she said. And I think that's the reason one of the council members said point of order, because that was misinformation that was being given over the phone. That's just something I just want to clear the air on. And, to bring it up as something that we need to have in our code of conduct, one, I'm not supporting this at all. I have enjoyed sitting on this council for 16 months. I have appreciated every single council member up here, their point of views, their feedback that they give. I'm kind of like when we hear, well, these corporations have it and that corporation had it and my former employer had it. That's great. We're elected officials. We are elected by the residents of Pacific Grove, not just 10 residents of Pacific Grove, but maybe 3,000, maybe 4,000. So again, we are elected officials. And I look at the current code of conduct and I appreciate what's in front of us. I'm sorry you may not agree with it, but that's why we're up here to review it and to make decisions. That's what we do. That's what we do for our residents of Pacific Grove as well. On everything we talk about, we discuss it, we vote on it. So that being said, I am really disappointed that this was brought forward and that there was a need for it. I mean, that's what I'm so surprised by. What was the need for it? I've been sitting here for 16 months. I've been sitting through closed session, open sessions. We all, do what we do, and as elected officials for our residents of Pacific Grove. And to bring up something, Amy was in the military. I've known Amy for a long time. So, if this was added and not approved back then, again, I would have liked to have seen something maybe different brought forward if we needed to add something, but not something that was from a former council member and a former city attorney or acting city attorney at that time. So again, I am not in support of this. I am disappointed even in reading it. So thank you.
Councilmember Peduri. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Councilman Emilio, for bringing this. I just wanted to ask a couple of questions with the city manager and the city attorney. In your, maybe for the city manager, in your experience, have you seen code of conduct in this manner where there are certain sections that talk about behavior with respect to staff, certain sections which talk about behavior with respect to the citizens in general? Have you seen that? Is it common in your view?
Thank you, Councilmember Peduri, and through the mayor. I feel like I wouldn't be truthful if I said I've studied a lot of council policies and code of conduct. As city employees, we have a code of conduct that we have to sign forms for and stuff, but I haven't studied or seen a lot for city councils.
Okay. And maybe the same question to you, Mr. Pierick. In your experience, have you seen language? I know obviously there's work to be done with respect to how this is formulated, but the essence of it, which is essentially code of conduct with respect to the city operations, code of conduct with respect to how we discuss things in public. Have you seen that?
Well, I've seen codes of conduct before. Different cities call it different titles. They might call it council norms or some other name. I don't recall any of those other examples that I've seen that have included these enforcement procedures.
Okay. Yeah, and because one of the things that I've seen, at least following the news, is Monterey County, for example, has censure language. Monterey County officially censured a sheriff related to a certain item. I've also seen some other cities in Monterey County also kind of going through the same motions with respect to censure. So whenever this was brought in by Councilwoman, former Councilwoman Tomlinson, I support this. I still support it. I think this effectively has some guidance for the council to work upon whenever such an event happens. And I think this is a policy to state how council would react whenever a certain event happens with respect to council behavior itself. So I don't see it as somewhat detrimental. I think at the end of the day, we're all expected to exhibit good behavior, and this is just adding to the top of it. I would also contrast this to the same action item as we had with respect to the right of inquiry. Why do we have a right of inquiry language? I mean, it's already there in the code. Why are we doing it again to formulate that? It's the same concept. We're just, this is expected of us. We're just putting some additional language on it to ensure that in the future, if something happens, we're able to work through it. So I'm supportive of generally revising the code of conduct to accommodate these measures. I would say that according to Mr. Pierick's opinion, I would agree that there needs to be some process formulated. So this requires some kind of language work to make it work again. But I'm supportive of the sections which say how to behave with respect to city manager and staff, how to behave with respect to general norms and expectations.
Councilmember Coletti.
Thank you, Your Honor. I think fundamentally this is simply just a rehash of what our former city manager brought forward in November 2021. And I am a little disappointed that it is coming back because as one of the one of the callers mentioned, this sure seems like a vendetta, and I would have to agree. And I agree because the basis for which this has been, substantiated, or the reason why we should be doing this by some of the members of the public, it's all untrue. I mean, some of the examples given, like I was the one who wrote an agenda item for Nick Smith. That's a fabrication. That's not true. And and if you have evidence to produce, please do, but it's not true. I did not write that agenda report. So I keep hearing misinformation as justification. And I hear a lot of, and it's fine to probe council members to find out what, I get that all the time from some people trying to figure out what the actual rules and the laws are. And I try to give the information when appropriate. But there is a lot of misunderstanding out there that has been used as a basis for justifying basically the silencing of people they happen to disagree with on policy matters. So it's unfortunate. As regards the council inquiry ordinance, the fundamental reason why I brought that forward is so that people know council members have a fundamental right, freedom of speech, just like anyone else. That's why we brought that forward. And if you read the agenda report from December 21st, it's articulated perfectly why that was brought forward. And as far as section 4, that was in the red line version of the proposed code of conduct, that's all been, I believe it's all been addressed in the code of or the inquiry ordinance. So I don't see any demonstrated need to implement any of the provisions of section 4 in this proposed code of conduct. As regards censure, and which is basically the real reason that I think this is brought forward, again, as a method to silence those that you disagree with. There is a growing consensus that censure is being, it not only is being used as a weapon, but it fundamentally exhibits an ignorance of democracy. And how, if you don't like a council member, that's fine. There was plenty of council members I didn't like. And I didn't vote for them. That's how I dealt with that. So that's how we work these things out. We work them out at the ballot, at the elections, and looking forward to that. So today's censure surge kind of reflects a quasi-religious obsession with policing expression and tone. And it's policy. You don't like the way someone's thinking. You don't like the way someone said something. You don't just haul them into a kangaroo court just so you can feel good about what your position is. So council rejected these 2 sections back in November 2021, and we should do so again. And again, we've got someone who ran for council last time speculating about litigation. Pure speculation, but using that as a basis for implementing a kangaroo court. Speculation is not facts. And I don't want to implement a code of conduct based on speculation, misinformation, which is what I've heard this evening as justification for doing this. So I definitely won't be supporting. I do think we do have a new city manager. We do have a new direction. Let's get on board. Let's get some things done for the public. This stuff, this whole thing, going to war with each other, it's over, okay? We did it. It's done with. Time to move on. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. So I did have a lot of my questions, which have come up by other people as well. So, and I did go back, and since I wasn't on council previously, I did go back and listen to the prior meeting so that I'd have a better idea for what was accepted, what was rejected. And what I'm seeing in section 4 is a lot of repeat in some ways, although it was specific to the public. It's a lot of repeat of the same ideas it seems like, of how we're already saying we want to treat each other, how we already are treating each other. But I had also written down that I think a lot of this, some of the items now are maybe contradictory or maybe repetitive to the council right to inquiry, because I think that was a good job of kind of clarifying what those rules are. There was some ambiguity in the original code. So clarifying that and clarifying that the council has that First Amendment right was what we already took care of. And so that was part of my question with this, and this is probably a question for the attorneys. But does this impinge on First Amendment rights if we try to censure people who have differing opinions? Because I don't feel that we've had disrespect of each other. So I'm wondering, first of all, does this violate First Amendment rights of council members in any of the ways it's written? But more importantly, too, what does censuring accomplish other than what sort of mentioned? My concern is it creates a war instead of creating cooperation, and that's not what I want to see. So those are the two questions. If you could help with, I'd appreciate.
Some of those are policy issues and some of them are legal issues. And the comment that was that I've heard now, I think from a couple of you, is with respect to the right of inquiry ordinance. And we also have a policy as well. It's not just the ordinance. And you recall there was substantial discussion about that at the time. And since, subsequent to that discussion, it was adopted. And I'm seeing in what's before me a number of provisions that seem to potentially overlap with the right of inquiry and potentially be contradicted by the ordinance. So to get to the point that I made previously when I was asked by the mayor to provide an opening comment, that if the council is interested in pursuing something like what we're looking at here, it needs to be modified. There would need to be changes in order to accomplish whatever the goals may be. As it's written, I believe it has significant legal issues, but potentially they could be modified. We'd have to do a deep dive into that to determine whether for example, to what extent these provisions in Section 4 overlap or are contradicted by your ordinance on the right of inquiry. And with respect to the censure, as I also mentioned in my previous comments, there needs to be a process for all of that, and that would require, again, further analysis. So we have not conducted that analysis yet. It would be subject to direction of council. If council wants further analysis, we're certainly available to do that.
Thank you. And then, but I think an even deeper fundamental question on my mind. So we would have to do this deep dive. We'd have to make revisions to this and invest, time, resources into doing that. But my question is, what does censure accomplish? Because we're elected officials, and I understand totally that businesses have code of conducts, but is it normal for elected officials at city levels to have code of conducts? Code of conduct, yes, we actually have a code of conduct, and I think it's good. It sets the stage for how we should treat each other, other people in the community, et cetera. But my question is there a censure? Is that a common thing with elected officials in city governance?
Well, I haven't done a poll or survey to find out, how many cities have it and how many cities don't. I mean, I've certainly heard of the concept. It's never been something that I've experienced in my practice where that it was ever utilized or an option that was available. But there's 480 cities, and I've only worked with 479 of them. No, seriously, I've worked with a few, but I don't have knowledge of hundreds of cities and how they operate. If there was going to be some, again, direction to do some further research on this, we could certainly do the research to find out what other cities perhaps in Monterey County, if that was your direction, to see what other cities are doing and compare it with what we have here. We could do legal analysis on First Amendment issues. There's a lot of issues that I've tried to mention in my comments, and if if the direction of the council is to, for us to do that research and report back to you, we're certainly prepared to do that.
Okay, thank you. So I guess what it still comes down to is my concern that I don't see censure necessarily leading to any positive outcomes. So we can't recall each other. All censuring would do, from what I can see of it, would be to sort of pit us against each other, potentially prevent us from working effectively as a group. But more importantly, some of the censure suggestions I was concerned about because, well, several things. So first, if we withdraw training and conference attendance, those are usually the very things that help us to better serve our community. So that doesn't seem like a punishment we would want to take, preventing somebody from doing their job better. So that seems kind of contradictory to me. And then I guess there's just this, to me, the whole thing of putting this in a public hearing where we put each other out as if we're doing a trial, like that just doesn't seem like our role as city council members. Our city council role seems to me to be to set policy. And if we get caught up in setting up a protocol for the sad thing is, in reality, once you set something up, it almost like creates an opportunity for it to be used where it was never needed before. So I just see it potentially doing more harm than good. And for people who would say that for some reason we are supporting abuse of staff or each other, that's not the case of all. We've dug into the right to inquiry specifically so that there will be no abuse or no disconnect of what is appropriate. In some places we do say go to the city manager, others go to the department head. So again, I'd noticed that same discrepancy. So I feel like we've worked a lot of this out with the existing code of conduct, with the right to inquiry. If there are any specific items that I think would address us improving the code of conduct itself, I wouldn't be at all opposed to that. But I just feel like we're getting into this weird line of setting up, and I do understand the comments people made about, something without teeth isn't useful. I do understand that, but at the same time, what good is teeth if we don't actually have teeth other than to just kind of pit each other against each other and have to vote against each other in a censure hearing? Like, I don't see what good that brings to the community. And that's my biggest concern about adding any kind of censure, which doesn't remove anyone from office. It doesn't really do anything that I can see that's productive per se. And that's my concern. Thanks.
I thank you for bringing this forward. It's been interesting discussion. Democracy is messy. I think everybody will agree to that. I totally support our current code of conduct. It's got 3 sections on it, and from what I hear from our council member McDonald already talked about it, and from our city attorney that section 4, I went through each of the items in section 4, and I didn't notice that they were necessarily contradictory, but our city attorney says that that needs to be checked out. But I did notice that section 4, by and large, most of the items were already covered. Some of them were already covered in the first 3 sections, or other policies, or the charter, or municipal code. So I don't see the need for section 4. So it boils down to hearing and inquiry. And let me check, first of all, with our city attorney. As a employee complaints, that would be addressed inside a public agency. That's handled in closed session if it rises up to the level of a city council, right? It's never discussed in open session. That'd be violating the employee's rights. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right, but that doesn't apply to council, elected officials, right? We can't go into closed session and one council member objects to another council member. Can we go into closed session and talk about it? Because they disagree? Can we do that?
Well, I think there's always disagreements. And I think the best answer I can give to that is that the Brown Act allows closed sessions under certain circumstances. For example, like you had tonight, real estate negotiations or labor negotiations or discussion of exposure to litigation. And there's others. So what you're allowed to talk about in the closed session is what the code says you can talk about. So for example, if you're talking about real estate negotiations, that's what you should be talking about. There is no exception for a closed session for council members to talk about complaints that they have against other council members.
Okay, all right. Thank you for that clarification. So, so if it was a hearing, it would be right here. Everybody public, it would be open to everyone voicing however they felt about the issue. Interesting. You know, by doing open session, and tonight is a good example that this council, we're listening to everybody's opinion. And clearly, we heard very positive and very negative comments about this particular proposal, but we're all listening to you respectfully. I hope you appreciate that. And this is what this council has done for years. And I think that this council has been very respectful of each other's opinions as well as the public. So there's another aspect to this, right? To having a code of conduct. It's not amongst us, it's also with the public. And so the public has this opportunity, and taking advantage of it is tonight, right? To criticize council members right here at the podium. That happened tonight. And that's absolutely the public's right. Can go on social media, right? Cannot vote them in at the next election, can start a recall effort, right? So the public has this aspect of it, has the ability to take action against any elected official at any time. Now, getting to a hearing, council having a hearing, I totally agree that this is so vague. I don't understand what this would be. I mean, all sorts of things come to mind, like who receives complaints? Can anybody, provide a code of conduct complaint? Would there be like a council code of conduct complaint box, and anybody could put something in it? And then, would that trigger, would that trigger hiring some attorneys, do an investigation, publishing reports? That's something that would have to be, if we wanted to go down that path, I think it would take a lot of time, and it would take money, time and money that not only this council, but also staff would be impacted. I'd much rather see the time and the effort spent on finding ways to collaborate. And one thing, you go to any League of California Cities meeting and you talk about councils, operation, council and staff, city manager, you hear them all say, you need to work together, work as one team. That doesn't mean everybody agrees with everybody else, but it means you're respectful. You hear to understand other people's points of view. And that's what I profess to try to do every time. And I think my colleagues agree with me on that. That's the goal where we should be aiming. is for city government and council to work and our committees to work with staff together to achieve better things for our city. So I would like much more effort and emphasis on that than trying to conduct hearings, which, as Councilmember McDonald just said, would ultimately pit, one side versus the other, and would just work to tear council cooperation and any sense of teamwork apart. So that's my speech. Thanks for listening. Councilmember Emilio.
Thank you, Mayor, and all the comments made positive and some negative. I'm just in regards to the spirit of compromise here. I would suggest that first of all, let me back up a little bit. This started back in December, and I was trying to put together something. And I did talk to former member Amy Thomason, and she told me that the particular sections were taken off, which was true. I went back and saw the video. But back to the spirit of compromise, I know there's a lot of things said. I'm not here to hurt anybody, first of all. I want you to all know that, all of you. And I'm not there. I'm just trying to, like I said earlier, the sections were a little, to me, on the weaker side. The first few. That's why when I talked to Amy, she said, well, the enforcement aspect was taken off. But back to the spirit of compromise, if you wish, I mean, Mr. Barrick said that maybe we could work together on trying to come up with something. I know CJIP has something also that suggested that we just work together on this and start there and then bring it back whenever. I don't know. It's up to you. Whatever everybody feels. If you want me to talk to the city attorney, I'll be happy to chat with the city attorney so we come up with some direction on this.
I'm prepared to make a motion, Your Honor.
Please.
I move that we not adopt the revised code of conduct.
Second.
I'd like to take Councilmember Emilio up on his offer to please contact CJPIA and discuss further with our city attorney to see if there's something, given the direction that you've heard tonight. I would not discourage you from looking further at things that might improve the workings of this council. Councilmember Peduri.
Motion's on the table. I think we can vote.
It's up for discussion.
Yeah, I think just from a discussion standpoint, I'm curious to know what the legal analysis for a censure, what kind of legal analysis does that entail? Because it's straightforward language, right? What when you say legal analysis, what does that mean?
Well, I think I'm glad you asked that question, because what I've seen here is there's a section 4 and then there's the section 5 of the proposed policy. And if I'm going to be, I mean, first of all, the motion that is on the floor, I didn't hear anything in that motion about, directing the city attorney to do anything. I did hear the mayor's comment. So in terms of procedure, where we are now is the motion was to not adopt the resolution, and there's a second. So at some point, you're going to need to vote on that. But if you're also going on a parallel basis to request that the city attorney's office do a review of this policy, yes, we can do that. And we'd have to do some legal analysis. you know, if the will of the council is to look into censure as an option, then we can spend that time to do that. That's basically the enforcement process that's in the section 5. So I would need to know whether or not that's part of the analysis that you want us to do, or not. If it is, we'll do whatever the council asks us to do. But I just would need some further direction as to whether we're talking about section 4 or and 5, or maybe just section 4.
Yeah, I think my question was, let's just say this is just section 5.
To include section 5.
So let's just confine our discussion right now to just section 5. What kind of legal analysis is required to put censure kind of language in place? I mean, there's language here, so I just wanted to understand, like, fundamentally, what will you review legally?
Well, there's no process, if you will, with respect to how does that work? I mean, I think there's been some comments from various council members about, you know, how's that process initiated? And then, you know, once it's initiated, what's the next step? What do you do? It's like if you were, you have a council meeting, you have a process, you have a staff report that's been prepared, it gets presented, you have public comment, then you have questions from council, then you have deliberation. So there's a process, right? So what I'm seeing in a section 5, there isn't process there. It's just, you know, a statement, if you will, that there could be a censure, but there needs to be more than that, in my opinion. But I've not done a legal analysis as to, you know, what those steps would be, but I'm just saying that on its face, and I've consulted, we have Jenica Maldonado is available if you had further questions on that, special counsel. But it seems to me that that would be one of the things that we would need to do, is to see what kind of process for censure is legally sufficient. I said from the beginning of this matter earlier this evening that it appears to lack process, and that's a legal deficiency. What further process might be needed would be something that we would do the research on, check the cases, look at other models. I mean, I can't say right now exactly, you know, each and everything that we would do to come up with that conclusion, because each legal issue requires its own, you know, analysis. So we would have to review it, we'd have to research it, we'd have to report back to you, say, this is what we found. This is a process. But this, I can just tell you that this policy doesn't have that. And if you're going to consider a censure policy, then it should have some kind of process. But I would need to know if the direction of the council is for our office to do further research on that issue. And if so, does it include censure or any of these other enforcement techniques?
So I'm up for, like, the legal review process to see what kind of, like, censure process can be put in place, but I don't know if we have council support or not. So Joe,
Could I?
Member Emilio.
Yeah, I'd like to make a friendly motion.
Well, it's,
Well, what you could do is make a substitute. Right now, there's a motion and a second. So the procedure would be, you would make a, if you want to do something different than what's, you know, been the motion in the second, would be to make a substitute motion.
Yeah, I'll make a substitute motion.
Right. And then we'll see if there's a second for that.
Okay.
I'll second that.
he hasn't made it.
I think you see what I'm thinking about. Okay. I make a substitute motion to review sections 4 and 5 with the city attorney, and I see Jenica Maldonado's online also. Maybe both of them work with you, Brian. That's the substitute motion, to work with the city attorney on sections 4 and 5.
And do I have a second?
Yeah, I'll second it.
All right. As I stated earlier, I feel that having a hearing and with the idea that a majority of council is censuring a minority voice on council, I just can't get behind that. I don't think, I mean, some people would call it tyranny of the majority. Well, sometimes I guess that happens, but I don't think, for the reasons that I already cited, I don't think spending the time, the resources, the efforts to silencing a minority voice on council is appropriate. Any other discussion?
So procedurally, there would need to be you have now a motion, substitute motion and a second. So you would need to vote on that before you go back to the original motion.
All right. Councilmember McDonald.
Just as a point of clarification, so Mayor, you had suggested that Councilmember Emilio could secondarily to this, so whatever the vote tonight, they could still discuss to bring a future agenda item that maybe addresses possibilities. Is that,
Well,
or
no.
are we saying, no, that would not be done? Just so we know.
Right. Thank you for bringing that. Well, my suggestion would be for Councilmember Emilio to look at what CJPIA has and have a conversation with the city attorney. I'm not in support of the effort, the motion that was on the floor, which sounds like a much more extensive motion or effort, and to come back to council. I'm just suggesting to have that dialogue.
And this vote wouldn't affect that in any way. That could still
That's
happen,
correct.
correct? Okay, great.
Sure. And the Councilmember Emilio could contact CJPIA as well as any of us and talk to our city attorney and our city manager. None of the votes that we do has any impact on that. Councilmember Coletti.
And thank you for clarifying that, Your Honor. Any council member is free to do whatever research they want. I spent 9 months on the code of the right of inquiry ordinance with a lot of help. But that was my initiative. I was interested in it and I pursued it. So I encourage any council member to do that. I do believe there's a lot of legal flaws with this. And I have a hard time believing a lawyer actually penned this. Heidi Quinn has been mentioned, but anyway, I'll leave that alone for the time being.
All right. May we have a roll call vote, please?
And this is on the substitute motion.
Yes.
Councilmember Emilio,
Yes.
Councilmember Baduri,
Aye.
Councilmember Beck,
No.
Mayor Peak,
No.
Councilmember McDonald,
No.
and Councilmember Coletti.
No.
Motion fails 4-2.
So
Now, a roll call vote, please, on the original motion.
Okay. Councilmember Coletti,
Aye.
Councilmember Beck,
Aye.
Councilmember Baduri,
No.
Mayor Peak,
Aye.
Councilmember Emilio, Councilmember McDonald,
Aye.
and Councilmember Coletti. Oh, I said you already, I'm sorry. Motion carries 4-1.
421.
4-1. Council, yeah,
Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem absent.
Oh, yeah. 42, right. The number 2 is in the middle.
4-2, yes, the number 2.
All right. We need a motion to continue. It's past 10 o'clock. I will note that our presenter from the airport district, Mary Ann Leffel, has been very patiently waiting for this time to present. She's here. Can I have a motion to hear this last item? And
So moved.
I'm good with it.
all right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
I didn't get the second on that.
Um,
Was there a second?
uh,
Okay,
who moved first?
I moved first.
Okay,
thank you.
thank you so much and all your patience.
It's okay.
Aye.
When I first went on the airport board, they'd start at 9 in the morning and we had one that went to 11:59 at night. So we now get them done in about 2.5 hours, but anyway, I feel your pain. I get it. This is going to be fast. I just want to tell you some of the things that are going on at the airport because I know people see the dirt being moved and they see things and they don't understand what's going on. So you can go, Sandra, and I'll keep up. How's that? We have, let's just go through that. We're good. Go. We're a special district. We were actually in a special enabling act by the California Senate in 1949, established that airport. And before that, it had been first Samuel Morse or Pebble Beach, and for the people that they were taking care of who came into the Hotel Del Monte in Pebble Beach. And then it became a Navy airfield. And there's some amazing pictures in our archives of about 500 planes sitting out there. They're all pretty small because those little tiny planes that they used during Second World War were that. But it's been a very active airport, really active since the late 30s. So we are a fully operating district. We're like a city, but no residents. And so one reason I was attracted to it, I saw it as an economic opportunity that really hadn't been exploited and used by the community. And the second thing, I liked it because I could serve the community and not have to listen about barking dogs and somebody moved my stop sign. So it was a good fit for me personally. We fund everything through our own money and through federal money. Everything comes in. We are self-sufficient. We're not property tax driven. We don't put bonds on that we expect the government, we expect all of you to pay for. Everything that we do is based on future revenue or current revenue. So it's a pretty good way to run a district. There are only 26 of them like that. And the airlines love us because we're not run by a city or a county. So we don't have another government entity that's siphoning money off of federal grants or other things to back up public works in a city or a county. We totally take care of ourselves. So I think we have 5 elected directors. In 2019, we went into districts within the district. So we are a whole district divided by 5. And we run 3 are elected during during the presidential election year and 2 in the off year. The chair is appointed annually. This year, I'm the chair. Next year will be Carl Miller. We just rotate that every year based on the district. Really, our worth to you is to give you the way to get out of here, to go wherever you want to go in the world. And we're your connection to the national transportation system. These are the names of the current board members. This year we're going to hit just about 560,000 passengers, which is really good. We went to 1 month of 628 during COVID. So we not only recovered, but we're really on a big bounce up. I think a lot of it is a lot of the people here in our community really had some pent up travel. They really wanted to go places. Secondly, a lot of the world discovered the Monterey Peninsula during COVID, that it was a place with fresh air, a lot of good outdoor activity, nice place to get away to. So we're seeing more and more of that activity come in, but we're also seeing a lot more of our residents use our airport than ever have in the past. So we've got 2 fixed-based operators. If you're ever around there during Car Week or AT&T, you see that we run out of parking space for all of the planes that come in during those weeks. And we have overflow into Salinas, Watsonville, Morgan Hill, San Martin. People are scrambling everywhere where they're going to land to be able to come down for the events that weekend. But for the ones who can land at the airport, we take a lot of cars off the road because they're here and a lot of them just go to their hotels and do events. This is not a really good picture, but it will show you of how it looked in 1930. And you can scroll through those. I won't make you look at all the pictures. That's my favorite of all the little planes. And in that picture, you would also see that the terminal used to be on the other side of the airport, as did the tower. So, you know, that's Airport Road on the other side, on the north side of the airport. And that's because originally that's where everything was over there. The side that the terminal's on now was pretty much just kind of dirt in a few little outbuildings. So this is a really good picture today. It looked like that at lunchtime today, which is pretty darn good for a small airport. We are not a hub airport. We are what's called just a regional airport. So we provide medical emergency services. We've got the Coast Guard that flies in and out of there. We've got air, I forget what they're called, the flying helicopter for healthcare and for emergencies. We've got evacuation, firefighting, disaster relief. We've got our own our facility, and we have just been told that we'll have a new approximately $1 million grant for a new big fire truck. So we have really the only one in the area that is able to have the ability to fight a big oil tanker fire or a car fire that would be out of control. We're a business amenity to the region. Our north side, we call Felony Flats, but you know, because there's always something going on over there. But it's where, as the peninsula gentrified, that's where a lot of the businesses got kind of pushed to. So we have a lot of, you know, mechanical businesses, glass businesses, things that you don't find anymore within our cleaner cities. We are a regional vehicular travel alternative, and we do take a lot of cars off the road. So our financial stability, we're pretty proud of. We have current reserves of more than $17 million, which would give us almost 2 years of operating money if we never had another flight. If we just said, we're not going to do anything else, we could exist there for almost 2 years. And our general fund stays really pretty solid. Our operating budget was around 7 to 8 million when I first came on the board 15 years ago. It's at 12.5 now. So it's stayed pretty steady. Mostly what we do are just big projects. We've got 30 flights daily. We have 9 nonstop destinations. You may have seen the announcement that we'll start Sun Country Airlines twice a week to Minneapolis on August the 8th. That initial flight is 75% sold out. Everybody went, really? Minneapolis? You know what? There's a lot going on in Minneapolis. So I think a lot of people have family there, and I think a lot of people like the outdoors activities. There's a lot of similarity to our area, especially in the summertime, not the winter, but they have great art. They've got great music. They've got great outdoor activities, and they like to come to us to go golfing and to see music and to do everything. So we also have JSX, which will start on June 27th, and that will be summertime only. It's a 30-passenger plane. It's a 50-passenger plane that they took 20 seats out of, and they made it into a 30-passenger plane. It's very comfortable. It goes out of our flight-based operator, Del Monte Airlines. It goes to Burbank, and it goes to John Wayne, and it will go 4 times a week. So it's a nice way to get to Southern California. It's really, you show up 15 minutes before the flight. When you make the reservation online, they're already running you through security and TSA, so they know who you are. When you get there, they dust your bag for any kind of explosives or anything that shouldn't be on the flight. You walk on and an hour later you get off. And if you drink, they'll give you a cocktail too. So it's a very nice way to get around. It's like kind of being in the private jet world without being in it. Our economic impact is, this is an old study, but we're about 351 million just in benefits alone to the region. And I think what's really important is that we're seeing that grow a lot because we're bringing in a lot larger planes. So the planes, for instance, from Dallas and Phoenix today, they were both on the tarmac at the same time, both of them with 126 passengers, and those planes were packed. And Denver came in with 76 passengers at the same time. So our little terminal is busting at the seams when we get the lunchtime people in. This is from C Monterey, but it will tell you that if someone comes in on a plane, that they are typically going to spend a lot more money than they are if they're the drive market. And so for our hospitality partners, they love the people who come in with planes. So in 2023, we had 264,000 emplaned. That is how we make our money. So for every one of you who flies out of Monterey and actually any airport in the US, when you buy your ticket, you pay $4.50 additional on that ticket. And it's called a passenger facility charge. That's the money that we set aside for all of our projects. So when we have 264,000 of you in a year times $4.50, it helps us get our side money. That's the money that we match against all of our federal grants. So the federal government on every grant, on every big project that we do, they give us 90.66%. We have to come up with 9.34. That 9.34 comes out of the $4.50 per person every time you get on the plane. And really, we're gonna bust all records, we think, this next year, probably in this calendar year. We think we'll probably hit 300,000. So we have a lot of sustainable initiatives, which I know is also important to all of you. We have a huge airport-wide energy efficient lighting program. We've got, I think we're down only to one now gas vehicle or diesel. And we have a 4.5 acre solar field, which pretty much lights up 92% of all of our needs in the terminal and everything that we need with our parking lot lighting, our airfield lighting, everything comes from our own solar field. So they're talking about it. It's big. I think it can get a little bit bigger. We're looking about, we may put an expansion on that on the north side because we've got a lot of land over there that we can't do much else with. So it's a perfect way for us to provide more electricity. Yeah, see? We had the first ever electrical charging stations in the county. Ecology Action had a grant and they came up with, I think they had 10 to give to Monterey County. And I was doing a lot of work with them at the time when I was chairing the business council. So we got 2 of them at the airport. We got one, and then somebody else that got one didn't realize they had to pay $10,000 to install it. They thought everything was free. So they didn't take it. So we had 2. Now we have the very, very, very fast ones. And those things are pretty busy. We have really the only ones along the Highway 68 corridor. So it's a really good thing. Our safety enhancement program. So that's what we're in right now. And it's going to be, this is old. It says it's 175 million. It's approaching 200 million for the total project. We're about, I'd say, a third of the way through there. And if you see all that dirt we're moving right now, we are in the process of moving 162,000 cubic yards of dirt from the south side of the airport to the north side. Not one bit of that dirt is leaving the airport. So it hasn't impacted any traffic on Highway 68. It hasn't impacted anybody. It's just going straight over to the other side. Because when we built that great wall that you see down there, and we actually shortened the runway when we did that, but we put in crushable concrete like a runaway truck lane. And that's what we have in case a plane doesn't get stopped. We borrowed dirt from on the north side to fill that in. So now we're taking dirt. We knew we'd have dirt from the south side, so now we're paying it back. So these are our brand new hangars, which, they're not too exciting, except they are to all of the tenants who are in there. And for the first time, we have electric doors and we have things like that, some of our old hangars were pretty nasty. This is our brand new firefighting facility. If you saw the paper or KSBW today, you'll see that they came out hard on the city of Monterey with their older buildings and suggested that maybe they should all have buildings like ours. But again, this is one of those things where 90.66% of that came out of federal dollars and only 9.34% came from local money. But it's state of the art. It has the thing that when the call comes from the tower that there's a need, it opens the door for them. It turns off the fire on the stove, and it cuts all the power of anything that could be a problem when they leave in a hurry. It's pretty amazing. So this is our new commercial ramp, and that's how we're lowering that dirt. For the new terminal that we're building, the ramp has to be down equal to the taxiway. So we're taking all that dirt to lower that. And the parking right now, if you're going to fly in the next month, parking is tight. We've got cars parked where we never thought we'd park a car. So if you're going to fly in the next month, I guess my plea would be to you, use Uber, get a friend to drive you, do something, because we're really having a tough time with just moving everything. This is our existing terminal. It was built in 1951. After 9/11, when they had to put the partitions and make a secure side and an unsecure side, it really changed the way that terminal was no longer very workable. Our staff's done one hell of a good job of making it as good as they could, but we don't have enough bathroom facilities on the secure side for the amount of passengers we're having now. We've just outgrown it, and it's not energy efficient. It's horrible. If you're up here in one end, you're just hot, and you're down in the next two rooms and you're freezing. So this is changing. I think the next one is the new one. Oh, so we're going to have, FAA has a problem with how they give the money out, in my opinion, but we have 5 gates now. We qualify for 5 gates. That means 5 big planes at a time. They will not give you money for growth. So we're going to get a new terminal, but it's going to be a 5-gate terminal. But we have worked really hard. We are going for LEED Platinum on this, and we decided to use like a treehouse look, so it would be very open. So, Sandra, there it is. And we worked with the architects for over an hour and a half this morning to choose the outside materials. But I think it'll be really beautiful, and it will really be very evocative of our region, of how much light is in there. It's a lot of natural light. And the parking will all be on the same level. So it'll still have that feel of a small airport, that you can see the terminal, you can walk in it from anywhere in the parking lot. And you can see the 5 planes parked in behind there. So one of the one of the people who I love, Marty Mizak out of Seaside, when I first ran for office and was elected, she said to me, I want one thing. I want those things that when you get on the plane, you walk from the building down the tunnel and get on the plane. And I said, okay, I'll work on it. Well, 16 years later, we're finally getting jetways. So with the new terminal, we will have jetways to all 5 of the gates, which will be really great. Because like this morning, it was really drippy and I was watching people, you get your hair kind of wet. If you're going to take a 3-hour ride to Denver, it's not very comfortable to be kind of wet and moldy on the way. So anyway, this is the interior. So it will be one big holding room primarily, and then off to the side there on the right, those will be that's the way to the gates, and there'll be other seats down by the gates, but about 200 seats will be right there in that big center. So it's just called the center waiting. And it's the new way they're doing things in airports our size, which really does work. Today we did vote. The bar is not going to be out in the center. It's going to get pushed back against the wall. So we have more room for seating. So this kind of shows you where it's at. This all started because our current terminal is 3.5 feet too close to the center of a taxiway. And with the larger jets, when they push the jet back and get it ready to take off, it closes that runway. No one can get past there. So on a busy weekend, if we have 5 or 6 jets lined up coming from the flight-based operator, they cannot get past American or United. So it closes everything for about 10 minutes, which is very inefficient and it burns a lot of fuel. So that's it. That's what we're doing.
Thank you very much.
Sorry, I did about as fast as I could.
Appreciate it. Do we have any public comment?
One caller online, Inga Lorenzen Brown.
Thank you for the presentation. And I always fly out of Monterey. I've loved the little terminal, and I don't think my mobility impairment is gonna be a little worse off here for flying out of the new terminal. But I love it. The one thing I don't love is I see no way to the noise complaints. Yes, I know that it's the FAA with the flight paths, but I didn't used to hear them, and they seem to have changed. And here in Pacific Grove, down by the bay, sometimes my house rattles from the noise and the flight path that come over, usually early morning, but sometimes in the afternoon. Used to have a number to call, and we don't seem to have one anymore, or a way to voice a noise complaint, because I know that you keep a record of them somehow. Only if you can't make the complaint, what happens? So those are my questions.
Myself, 402-4616. You call me and I'll give you the direct line to the noise complaint line.
What was that number?
402-4616.
402-4616. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. We look at those every month. It's a benefit and it's a disadvantage. We are in the flight path for the F-35s, for all of the new planes that the Navy and the Air Force are trying out right now. And they had to get flight time. And a lot of those pilots were going to lose their certifications if they didn't get flight time last year by September 30th. San Francisco had Flight Week. We had the air show, and somebody else had something. There was a Navy sub training going on off the coast. with big planes. And it was just continual. And I live on the hill in Monterey. I overlooked the airport, and I was like, oh boy, here they come. Because I mean, you don't see them coming. They're so fast. They can get from Nevada to our airport in under 20 minutes. So, I mean, they're just here, and we don't know they're coming, but they do come. So, you know, we just ask the community to understand it's part of our defense network, and we have no control over it. The large planes, we really don't either. It's a whole way of how FAA and air traffic controllers set up the whole pattern. And SFO and San Jose and us, we're all on that same thing. And a lot of them go up and down the coast. So it's just kind of the way it is. But anyway, that's it. Thank you all. I know you want to go to bed.
One question, please. 90% federal funding, is that, I mean, that must keep you up at night wondering if you're going to be getting that every year, right? Is that, or is that just locked in?
No, we have to apply for it. It's competitive grants. Our staff is excellent. They are unbelievable. I would say that for the amount of money that this area sends to Washington, DC, as far as airports alone, we get a lot more than our share back. When we go to conferences, people go, oh, you guys are from Monterey, because we have really upped our ante. But this was a federally mandated safety program that we're doing. So it came with the money. That's the nice thing about it. It was like they told us we had to do it. So that was it. What keeps us up at night is, do we have enough passengers that we can prove to the bond market who's going to loan us some money that we can pay back the 9.34. I mean, that's what keeps you up at night. But our numbers are so solid. And we just today hired bond counsel and a feasibility firm. So we've got a huge, big professional team now working for us that will prove to the bond market that we can afford it, and that our community will support it enough that it will be a good investment for the government into the future.
Thank
Thank
you so
you.
much. Thank you for your patience
Yeah.
and the excellent presentation.
No, thank you.
And thank you to the public, the staff, and my colleagues for having a meeting, serving the residents of the city. Good night, meeting adjourned.
See you tomorrow.